Good morning, everyone. We are so excited to be here with you this morning. We know it's been a long time coming, and you all have been waiting for a really long time for this training event to happen. So we're just really excited that you're here. My name is Sharon Armstrong, and I am the newest addition to the homeless education team for McKinney-Vento at OSPI. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. So on behalf of the homeless education team, welcome. We have a lot of information to share with you this morning. As you know, this is a full day of training and information that we're going to be sharing and that you're going to be taking in. So we are going to jump right in this morning and take a look at our learning objectives. Oh, and as we're transitioning to the next slide, please, Aubrey, I just want to acknowledge Aubrey Schlotman on the other side of the screen. She is navigating our slide deck this morning and has just been invaluable. She's waving at you. Hi, Aubrey. She's just an invaluable team member, and I'm so grateful to be working with her. And also, Tony Bromwell is supporting us today technically. He is part of our technical support expertise team, and we're grateful that he is with us as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at our learning objectives for this training event today. And next slide, please. So what we are hoping you will experience and take away with you today from this training is for you as liaisons or building points of contact, that your key roles and responsibilities will be addressed, that we will be discussing thoroughly effective service delivery in the time of COVID, very unprecedented times, and that you will experience nurturing and collaborative relationships with one another. We'll have opportunities for you all to come together and to share as a large group some thoughts and ask questions and leverage partnerships, relationships, and resources. So those are our primary objectives for your learning experience today, and we'll review them at the end of the training to make sure that they've been met. So with that, without further ado, we are going to move into a time of recognition and acknowledgement of the land that we are privileged to occupy. So at this time, I'm going to introduce Jon Claymore. He is the Education Director within the Office of Native Education here at OSPI. So welcome, Jon.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you for the invite. And it's an honor to be here today, folks, with 173 participants in the call today. My name is Jon Claymore. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of Native Education at the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. I come to you today from the ancestral lands of the Suquamish people. I live out here in Paulsville, Washington. I was born out in Crow Agency, Montana. I grew up in Fort Yates, North Dakota on a Standing Rock Reservation, and I'm an enrolled member down in Eagle Butte, South Dakota on a Cheyenne River Reservation. There's 7 different bands of the Lakota Sioux. I belong to what's called the Hunkpapa Sioux, and that's on my father's side, Grinnell David Claymore. On my mother's side, she's enrolled out in White Earth, Minnesota on a White Earth Reservation. She's Chippewa. I come to you today with 32 years of experience within education, 10 years as a teacher and 22 as an administrator. I come to you today with an open heart and an open mind as a continual learner, and looking forward to this training today. We also have 3 other people within the Office of Native Education. We grew by 1 just as of November 30th. We have Joan Banker, who's kind of our backbone within the Office of Native Education with 48 years of experience at OSPI. We got Dr. Laura Lynn, who's a program support specialist who does some incredible work around since time immemorial. And then we just brought on our 4th Office of Native Education staff member, Shandy Abrahamson, who's going to be focusing on CTE work, bringing the work to life within Native education. So really excited about that. Next slide, please. Okay, today what we're going to talk about is just we're going to talk about some land acknowledgements, and with the recent momentum that's taking place by both natives and non-natives in giving land acknowledgements and what that means and what that looks like. So, and one of the, like I mentioned in my land acknowledgement, or what I gave was, I grew up in Fort Yates, North Dakota on a Standing Rock, and had the opportunity to walk by Chief Sitting Bull's gravesite on a daily basis as I made my way to work, or made my way to school at the time. I apologize. And the one thing with the land acknowledgements as well, I want to make sure that it's clear there's no right or wrong way to provide a land acknowledgement. The only wrong way, I guess, would be to make sure that we're recognizing the right lands, and that can be a little bit tricky with both federally and non-federally recognized tribes. Okay, next slide. This is what I call 25 seconds of power. It's kind of talks a little bit about, and it's just pictures and music, are a real fast drum beat. And I apologize if you can't hear that drum beat, but it's just past, present, and future. So if we can click on that, please. I really love that slide because I say it's 25 seconds of power. Beautiful pictures, beautiful story. It basically tells its own story, and that's what a land acknowledgement's about, is telling your story real briefly in a good way. Next slide, please. And when we talk about what a land acknowledgement is, I'm not going to sit here and read the slides to you, but basically it's just recognizing and respecting the stewards of the first occupied lands. So, and what we're moving towards is through this land acknowledgement, we're also going to be, not today, but we're going to be talking more about what tribal consultation is all about and so forth. And that's the first step when we do land acknowledgements, is reaching out to those tribes that are closest to you to get a better understanding and going through that consultation process. And if there's anything that we can do, like Sharon mentioned in previous, if there's points of contacts within tribes, please reach out to the Office of Native Education. I'll make sure that we should share this slide deck as well. So and I'll have contact information on it. So next slide. And again, this one, I do want to read this one, and I apologize for that, but to recognize the land is an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those whose territory you reside on, and a way of honoring the indigenous people who have been living and working on the land since time immemorial. It is important to understand the long-standing history that has brought you to reside on the land, and to seek to understand your place within that history. And there's a lot of work, again, around the land acknowledgements. We're going to be doing both internal and external work. We have a meeting coming up where we're referring to as leader-to-leader training, and that will be between Superintendent Reichdahl and Tribal Chairman Chris Peters from the Squaxin Island Tribe. And we're going to start there and then go from there. And we also have some what we refer to as stride training that will be coming up on December 17th from 1 to 2:30. And this will be tribal leaders involved. And it's just going to be a really good opportunity to gain a better understanding. So next slide, please. This is some of the work that I say should be emulated by others throughout the state of Washington. This is work that's taking place between Nisqually, the Nisqually tribe in North Thurston School District. Willie Frank III, Hanford McLeod, tribal council members from the Nisqually tribe, along with the North Thurston administrators and teachers and people at the table, doing some incredible work and again, that should be emulated by others throughout the state. But just some of the things that that's taking place there with that consultation that's happening is on the North Thurston Public School District, either 22 or 23 different schools will have the Nisqually flag raised as kids walk onto their campus. This is a sense of ownership, a sense of I belong. It's a sense of, it's moving those kids from the back of the room to the front of the room. And just the work that's taking place place with both, again, Hanford McLeod and Willie Frank III going into the, and providing professional development for both staff and students. And just some incredible work that's happening there between Nisqually and North Thurston and other districts as well. And this is where we're trying to get to, is the consultation and what that means and what that looks like and the reason for it. So again, those points of contacts, Office of Native Education, we have those contacts within those tribes, and we're trying to do more work to make sure that we're supporting this process. Next slide, please. So some of the next steps, like you can see, this is an old slide. We've been doing a number of different trainings throughout. These are some of the things that are taking place. This afternoon, actually, there will be another GATE webinar starting at 3 o'clock, and that will talk about Native learners data. Encourage you to jump on that if you have opportunity to do so. Like I said, we have the leader-to-leader training between Chairman Chris Peters from Suquamish and Superintendent Wrightall. That will take place here. And then, like I said, on the 17th, we'll be having a stride training as well. The intent is to do both internal and external work around land acknowledgements and what that means. And when I say there's no right or wrong way, as long as we're recognizing the right lands, the tricky part is when we start talking about federally recognized and non-federally recognized tribes. And our training will cover that in more depth and detail on what that looks like and so forth. So next slide, please. This is my last slide today, and I apologize. I'm going to have to jump off after I get done here, as other Zoom meetings are calling as well. We're Zooming to Zoom these days, folks, and that's the world we live in. But this picture here is an analogy that I use throughout, and it has a lot. And when we're going through this, I want you to think about what you see, what you hear, and what you feel. This will be 2 minutes here real quick. But this was where this took place was out on the land of the Quinault, out in Tohola, Washington. And I was asked to take a group of football players out for a 3-day camping trip. The coach asked me to take them out, and I said, "What's the intent?" And he said, "To get away from the distractions." I said, "What are you calling distractions?" And he said, "Parents." I said, "Well, I'm a parent. My son's your quarterback on your football team." But I totally understand. It's that teamwork concepts that they're building and so forth. But you know, I say all paddles pulling together as one. As Native learners are struggling to get to those graduation stages with a 24% dropout rate, which is equivalent to 15,000 kids dropping out on an annual basis, this is critical. And it's going to take an all hands on deck approach to address this and make sure that we're moving in a good way and moving our Native learners along. But this, and again, this analogy here is all paddles in, pulling together. As we were going up and down the Quinault River, the skipper in the back is a Native brother of mine, Richie Underwood. And I'll tell you, the lessons that were learned as we went up and down the Quinault River, all the way from the eagles flying over to the transportation highways to the salmon swimming underneath the canoe as we made our way up and down the river. The kids started talking about what this meant to them. They started talking about how fast can we go if we get the big guys out of the back. And you know how teenagers are, they can be rough on each other. And the big guys in the back said, "Hey, we're your rudder, we're your oar, we're keeping you straight, we're moving you up and down this river." But I'll tell you, with this picture, you can see that not all paddles were or pulling together as one. This was going up the river. Coming down the river was a different story. We were crack-a-lacking down. So it was, we were moving pretty good. But again, this is what it's about, folks, coming together as one, all paddles pulling together and making this work. So with that said, I really want to thank you for your time and appreciate your understanding and your willingness to take part in these types of trainings. Thank you, Sharon, for the opportunity. Take care, everybody. If there's anything, like I said, I'll put Sharon will get out the slide deck and our contact information will be on that. So if you need to reach out, please do so. Take care. Have a great day. Hands up.
Thank you so much, Jon Claymore, for joining us, for sharing all of this, just the wealth of information this morning, and also for setting the stage and the tone for our training event today. One of our colleagues, Megan LaPalme, did put the link to the training you referred to in the chat box, and there will be other opportunities. We encourage you all who are participating in this event today to check Gov Delivery for future trainings on how we can best support our Native students and learn more about our own collective history in that regard. So thank you so much, Jon, and we look forward to connecting with you again soon. All right. So we're going to then transition into the next stage of our training event today. Just a few technical considerations that we want to bring to your consideration, and also just give you a quick glimpse into what to expect for the rest of the day. We will be reviewing the actual agenda in just a few moments, but before we do that, just want to encourage you to just stay fully engaged, to post questions in the chat box, and also know that we just welcome all of your questions. We will have Q&A sessions later on so that as we're moving through the information today, that presenters are rapidly sharing with you in an overview type of format, we will have opportunities to stop and really ask specific questions. So please put questions in the chat box, but also know that we encourage you to bring those questions to the Q&A that's going to happen later. And again, we'll review the agenda, so you'll know more or less when those Q&A sessions will occur today. So Tony, is there anything else technologically that that we should share at this time with participants?
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Tony.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Just to let folks know that at any point throughout the course of this today, if they do experience any technical problems with the connection, audio, seeing slides, anything like that, again, they can use that chat to let us know. And I'll try to take care of anything that comes up in the background, but everything is flowing smoothly right now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And we're so grateful that you're with us today, Tony. So, all right. So what you can expect in the next few minutes is we are going to ask you to adjust your setting so that we know, and I just thank you. I see that all of you have been posting your name and your information about where you're coming from as far as your district or agency or organization. Thank you for that. You're doing that in the chat box. We will be taking attendance intermittently throughout the day. And during our break will be the next sort of big attendance taking time. So we'll show you how to adjust your actual setting on your Zoom profile so that we can take that information more easily and make sure that your attendance counts. In terms of clock hours, you can expect that after the training, you'll receive an email from us that includes the survey. So we'll receive your feedback about your experience with this training as well as clock hour information. So we are going to hear, after we sort of get our settings organized, we're going to hear receive some opening comments from our Assistant Superintendent, Martin Mueller, and then we'll review the mission, vision, and values of our agency, take a look at the agenda, and then we'll dive right into the nuts and bolts of our training this morning. So next slide, please, Aubrey. All right, so this is where we will ask you to take a look at your at the setting instructions here. And what you'll want to do is identify where the participant icon is there at the bottom of your screen. We ask that you find your name and hover over it, and then it will give you the option to rename it. And what we ask that you rename it to is that you would include your first name, your last name, your role, and the district or organization that you are representing today. And while you are doing that, I think we are ready to post a poll, because with all of you right now, 218 participants, we would love to know more about you and who you are. So I believe that we have a poll that we are going to post, and So we'll ask you to go ahead and answer these questions. And once it's populated, we'll just acknowledge who is with us here today. So what we're asking is the role that best describes you and how long you've been in the role. A lot of the information that you're going to receive today, if you are a seasoned liaison or have been working in the building within a district as an administrator and doing this work for quite a while, then some of this information will feel like review for you, especially in the morning half of our event today. If you're new, then the first half contains the nuts and bolts, and much of it may be new information to you. Just know either way that we tailored it in such a way that we hope that with updates and things like that that we're including is specifically because we're addressing what does service delivery look like in this time, an unprecedented time that we are experiencing now together and collectively. So, so hopefully it will meet and address both of your needs. And then the second half of the day, which again, we'll review the agenda later, but the second half of the day will be more about resource information and so forth. So right now it looks like 70% of those of you who are participating today are administrators within your 41% within your district. 53% of you are counselors or building points of contact. I'm so excited to know that you are working directly with the students, and administrators that you work with are also here to support you. So that's wonderful. We're so glad that you're here. And then 6% are representing agencies or organizations. And then let's see, 52% of you have been here for more than 3 years. So fairly seasoned group of people, community of educators this morning, and we're grateful that you're here. More than a year, 24% of you, and then 23% of you have been here less than a year, between 0 and 1 year. So really it's across the board. So again, we're really going to try to address the needs of all of you to the best of our ability. We were really being mindful of that as we were planning this event today. So again, post training, we would love your feedback to know if we have met that objective. And again, it's wonderful that you're here. We are here in this community of educators, and we're just going to dive right in. So thank you all for participating in the poll, and we're going to move on. So this is the time when we introduce ourselves. I'm going to sort of speak on our collective behalf. This is the homeless education team. And of course, that's me in the middle. That was me like a week ago, right? And I like the little puff balls representing I won't tell you what decade that's from. I'll let you guess. In any event, I'm the training specialist, and Dr. Matt Smith is with us. He's the program supervisor for the HSSEP program. Keith Woodruff is also here, program supervisor for McKinney-Vento homeless education program. And then Melinda Dyer, who you all know and love, program supervisor as well for our team. And then Aubrey, as I stated earlier, Clutch is there to support us throughout the day and always. So this is our team, and we collectively are excited that you're here, and you will hear from each of my colleagues in just a little bit this morning. So with that, we are just really excited to welcome our Assistant Superintendent, Martin Mueller, to offer some opening comments this morning. Welcome, Assistant Superintendent Mueller.
Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate that. And just to add my recognition to all of you on the team, Melinda, Matt, Keith, Sharon, and Aubrey, just so appreciative of your dedication and certainly over the last many months, your flexibility, focus, compassion, grace, just super appreciative to all of the work that you're doing. And then really appreciating and thanks to all of you who are joining us today. As Sharon noted, I'm going to cover a lot of ground today, and And some of it will be new information for those of you who've been around for a while as well. So I really encourage you to hang in there over the course of the day. You know, this current health crisis has impacted all of our lives, absolutely, and really it's disproportionately impacting those living with economic insecurity. As the pandemic accelerates economic disparity across our state, we're already seeing the number of children and youth experiencing homelessness grow. This makes the work that we're doing today to ensure high quality education for all of our children and youth more important than ever. The McKinney-Vento Act has been a stalwart framework for many years, federal law, the clear mission to ensure quality, stable education for those experiencing homelessness. So learning about that law is going to be a central theme of the training today. You know, it really is the kind of center tent post for all of the work that we do. But importantly, in Washington, we've had over the past several years some additional policy and funding advancements that really work to complement the federal McKinney-Vento law. And I think you'll learn a little bit more about these today. Sharon mentioned briefly the Homeless Student Stability Act. That's a law that was passed a half dozen or so years ago that includes funding and some policy changes that again parallel us with the McKinney-Vento Act that are designed to improve educational stability and housing security for our kids and families experiencing homelessness. We have a partial credit law in Washington, which is designed to improve credit accrual and portability for credits that the kids are earning toward graduation requirements. And its focus is really on our most highly mobile students so that they have that opportunity to accrue and bring with them in the event that they're moving from district to district. Many of you experienced our statewide performance audit a couple of years ago, and as painful as that was for some of us, that really has helped us identify ways that we can improve how we meet the needs of children and youth experiencing homelessness and how we can better coordinate across our various systems to improve outcomes for these children and youth. This year, the legislature codified into law what we call Project Education Impact, and that's an initiative started a few years ago by some of our most valued non-governmental partners that bring together key organizations and agencies around the sole purpose of improving education outcomes for children and youth experiencing homelessness and living in foster care. We have an ambitious goal of education parity for these youth by 2028, and that group will be moving forward a legislative agenda to the legislature in the coming weeks. Primarily focused on, given our economic situation in our state right now, maintaining stability of the existing programs and resources we have, but we have some ideas on some adds as well. So hopefully more to learn about that. Our past, both recent and historical, and our vision for the future require us to ground our work in racial justice and equity. This will be a central theme of the agenda today. The profound disproportionate impacts of poverty make it clear that we can't adequately address the myriad impacts of homelessness in Washington without viewing it through the lens of racial justice. And so, like I said, that will be a recurring theme throughout the day, and certainly centrally will guide our work here at OSPI. I'll just conclude by saying, you know, the pandemic forces us every day to innovate, right, and find new ways of doing things. We've all had that experience of having to find a new way to go about our work, and I think over the months we've refined those things in ways that, you know, I know I've had the experience. I've been amazed with my own work and with my team how we've surmounted some of these challenges. I know our team brings that creative mindset to our work every day, and I think they brought it to the agenda today. So I'm hoping that you will do that as well and stay engaged with us. And so I'll pass it back to you, Sharon. I hope you all have a great training.
Thank you so much, Assistant Superintendent Mueller, for your comments. And absolutely our goal and objective today as we dive into this work is really to consider those who are most further removed from accessing the resources they need and who are most vulnerable within our state. And of course, those are our students who are experiencing homelessness, and particularly you know, again, all of our students who are experiencing this. So thank you so much for your comments. Definitely helps set the stage for our day. And so let's take a look at our agency's vision, mission, and values. So we understand that all students, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that they're prepared for post-secondary pathways, careers, and opportunities that may exist for them within the community. It is our collective responsibility to transform the K through 12 system and specifically centered on closing that opportunity gap that we know exists. There's just flagrant inequities that exist that Assistant Superintendent Mueller and Jon Claymore both specified, and we'll have a little more conversation on that again this morning. And it will be an ongoing dialogue with us together to address that reality and how we can move forward in closing that gap. So ensuring equity, collaboration, and service, achieving excellence through continuous improvement, and that in all areas of our work. And then, of course, focusing on the whole child. So yes, so our agenda that we offer, which again, we'll take a look at in a few minutes, really does encompass all of that work. So yes, again, you'll experience that this morning. We're committed to this on an ongoing basis and look forward to today's work with you and ongoing opportunities to come together and keep moving the work forward. So with that, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this next slide, please, Aubrey. We're just going to sit with this for a minute. There's a powerful message included on this slide that is offered to you with intention. We know that you are working with students and families and see and acknowledge, as I said, inequities that exist within our systems. And racism in particular is a very pervasive reality for many of our students that impact them and their families and therefore impact us. It is our responsibility to constantly educate ourselves, to constantly grow in the area of understanding maybe how our own biases and privileges could potentially interfere or impact the way that we offer services and do our work with each other, with colleagues, and also with the students and families that we serve. So we have a very unique opportunity now with dialogue being opened up in so many different venues throughout the state and areas for us to really dive into the work and take a closer look at the needs of, how did we get here and why, why is this happening and what can we do? Most importantly, what can we do to make it a positive impact moving forward in support of our students, again, those who are the most vulnerable within our school systems. And so I would have the great honor of introducing Dr. Matt Smith at this time to come and address this issue with you in this next segment. Matt?
Thank you, Sharon. I'm grateful to be with you all this morning. So if you've been to our trainings before, this may feel a little different or a little new. And as Martin referenced, this is our work, and this is our public commitment to centering racial justice. So I've been at OSPI for a little over a year, and one of the reasons I wanted to join the team is because racial justice is included in the law that authorizes the program I get to manage, the Homeless Student Stability Program. So today is just an introduction to this work that we're doing. It may be new for some of us, and a reminder for those who have lived experience of racism or who have years of professional experience working for racial justice. So we appreciate your time and attention this morning. Next slide, please. So you heard from our colleague Jon Claymore earlier, who often talks about a culture of candor. Too often, and I say this as a former educator myself, we hope that our intentions or our kindness towards students and families are enough, and we have to recognize that it isn't enough to have good intentions. This is ongoing, lifelong work that happens at the individual level, in our schools, our districts, at our agency, and all across the state. And this isn't about guilt or shame, but about knowing better and then doing better. So our expectation is that we'll have both your partnership and your accountability when we need to do better in this work at OSPI. So this moment in history is an opportunity, and we say that not just because it's become safer to say Black Lives Matter or water is life or no kids in cages, but because enough people are truly listening and paying attention that meaningful change can and will happen if we all commit to racial justice work honestly and with humility. And that's the spirit that I join you with today. Next slide, please. So Sharon shared our agency values with you already, and one of those is ensuring equity. And it's important that we have these values and put them in writing. It's even more important that we take action. And so you'll see some highlights here. So we're committed to examining the ways current policies and practices result in disparate outcomes. And we all know that disparate outcomes exist for students experiencing homelessness compared to their housed peers. But we also have to acknowledge intersectionality, which means their disproportionate outcomes are compounded by race, by gender identity, by sexual orientation. Those who are English learners, migrant, justice involved, receiving special education supports, are all experiencing even further disproportionality. So we need to understand not only the historical context that led to those conditions, but also commit to actively dismantling systemic barriers and replacing them with policy and practice that supports these students. And so we have our first opportunity today to hear from those people that we're all here to support. And these are all Washington students who have experienced homelessness. And you can play the video.
I just graduated from White Swan High School.
I just graduated from North Central High School, planning to attend Eastern Washington University.
I'm currently attending Lower Columbia Community College.
I am a sophomore at Central Washington University in Ellensburg, Washington.
It's kind of hard too because I'm in a school where it is majority white and there's not really more African American people there. And so I already feel singled out once I walk through those doors.
There weren't very many Hispanics in my town. Being a native on the reservation, like, you kind of go unnoticed.
I got called the N-word every year since I've been at North Central High School for the past 4 years of my life.
It didn't really help to have people bully me because I was brown, because I had hair on my arms, because things that didn't even make sense.
And plus our school mascot is a Native American person. It's Native American, so that's also disrespectful because I am Native American myself too, so it's also disrespectful when people are trying to copy your culture, which is not supposed to be copied.
People kind of always, like, give up on us natives.
They checked up on me like once a week. I had at least an admin or a staff member check up on me once a week to know like how's my living space doing, how am I doing mentally, how am I doing physically. So having to check up on the student or check up on me was really helpful and really made me feel like they cared about me.
And I would just kind of be there, but nobody noticed me. And I feel like when this one teacher noticed me, it was like, oh, what? And I just feel like, you know, teachers and schools just need to, like, I don't know, take time to invest in every single student, like whether they do have a stable home or not. Like, I feel like just saying like, hi, like, and like say their name, it makes them feel special.
She allowed me to do my own thing, place me with students so I can help and teach them. It meant so much, and it's a big memory that I have of high school, and it's with her. I think it was silly, but it made me feel whole, included, and looked up to.
Because she had the same skin color as me, so she kind of knew the struggles of being an African American person in America. So like I kind of already connect with her.
Let them know that, you know, it's a safe place and it's a safe community, and like when they're ready to share whatever's going on, you're ready to listen.
Not everyone is in the same like playing field, and just kind of try to be a little more supportive to those who need the extra help. Something that I am currently looking at in my educational classes at Central are equity and stuff. So, you know, just making sure everything is equal and equitable for all students. And I think that will go a long way.
I will be attending Heritage University in the fall.
I am heading into the medical field. Hopefully in 2.5 years, I will have my BSN.
My career goals are I want to be a lawyer for low-income families.
My career goal is to become a high school math teacher.
And I was homeless for like 6 years, and I like missed half of my high school years and my middle school and some of my elementary, and I just graduated high school.
So I don't know if I can speak for everyone here, but for me, I get energy hearing those stories and hear about those successes that happen despite incredible challenges. So thank you for listening, as always, to our students. So this slide, you may have noticed, was included in the video, and this is national data, where you can very clearly see the disproportionality of students of color experience homelessness as compared to their white peers. And here in Washington, the data is a little different, though similar. Students that identify or are categorized as Black or African American, American Indian or Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander are the three groups most likely to experience homelessness here in Washington. And we have to recognize also there's much more nuance than those federal race and ethnicity categories reflect. So as we talk with districts, we talk with our liaisons, often we'll see data is disaggregated by race for all students, but not so much within our McKinney-Vento eligible students specifically. Next slide, please, Aubrey. So as we're looking at disproportionality, we need to affirm that students and families are not the deficit. What we're seeing in the data
our systems not meeting their needs, both within our school systems and in our larger social safety net, or lack thereof. So this question is one that we ask all of our Homeless Student Stability Program grantees in their end of year report. What specific actions have you and your district colleagues taken to help close opportunity gaps for students of color experiencing homelessness? And within that, who's being served by your programs? It may well be that who's enrolled and who's actually being served are drastically different. And when we see a gap like that, we have to ask ourselves, why? Who are we engaging with to learn about the why? What do our students, families, coworkers, community partners tell us? And how do we then commit to change based on what we learn from them? Next slide, please. So some of you may have taken part in a webinar we did in October on our new data dashboard, which is available on our website if you'd like to go back and watch it. And part of that focused on how to use the dashboard as a racial equity tool. So this is one snapshot from that dashboard where we can see on the left, this is for all students. And we can already see there are gaps by race and ethnicity for how many students are suspended or excluded from school. But when we combine that, both students experiencing homelessness with race and ethnicity, we can see there are incredible, what should be shocking gaps here. In this particular example, we can see just 14.3%. This is statewide data of students experiencing homelessness who identify or are categorized as Black or African American were suspended or excluded from school in the 18-19 school year. That is a stunning number, or it ought to be a stunning number, and one that once we know what that looks like for our individual schools and districts, we can start to do something about it. Diving into that data helps us recognize that we're not interpreting this data as a dysfunction of students, but again, of our practices and our supports. And that can help guide us to what our next steps will be and what our responsibilities are as practitioners. Next slide, please. So you may be familiar with Isabel Wilkerson. If not, she's a Pulitzer Prize winner. She's the author of The Warmth of Other Suns, and most recently wrote a book called Caste, The Origin of Our Discontents. So in an interview, she was asked how to explain taking responsibility for racism for people who can't see their direct connection to it or who believe themselves not to be racist. So this is the quote. If you buy an old house, you're not responsible for how it was built. You did not build the beams and the posts and the pillars and the joints that may be now askew. But it's your responsibility what's in your possession to know what it is that you now occupy, and it's your responsibility to fix it. So that is our charge. It's our responsibility as an agency to support this work, both for ourselves and for the state. And we hope you'll take on that responsibility to partner with us as we move forward. So thank you again for the tremendous work you're doing day to day, supporting students and families, and for the work to come.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matt Smith, for bringing this clarity and focus to our training event today. I think, you know, this is the why. This is why we begin an event like this, framing it in this context. We've heard from students directly who are homeless, who are experiencing racism, and we see the data, and this is the why. So we ask that you carry everything that you've heard so far this morning into the rest of the day, that you consider the information as we look at the nuts and bolts of your responsibility as liaisons within your district, that you consider the faces and voices that you heard in the video this afternoon as we look at, as we receive information about various wraparound and holistic resources that are available to you to leverage and service to students and families who are experiencing homelessness and racism. And you know, we ask that you consider when you have opportunities today to come together and discuss, that you talk about these things. We know that different people are in different places in regards to this conversation, and it's not an easy conversation to have, but it's so important, and this is the why. So thank you so much, Matt, for your presentation. And just know for all of you that, again, we are committed as an agency to continue to move these conversations and this work forward. So this will not be the last time that we engage in this way, and we look forward to future opportunities as well. So. All right, so with that, we're going to move into taking a look at the agenda for the day. And I'm just going to briefly review it for you. So we talked about our learning objectives. We received an awesome land acknowledgement. And again, welcome. Can't say that enough. We're just really excited to all be here with you today. So we're going to move into the nuts and bolts section next. We'll move into a portion of it. We'll take a 15-minute break. Then we'll return for the rest of the nuts and bolts. And when I say nuts and bolts, is really the information that you as a liaison are required to receive in your professional development journey. So we will talk all about your student rights and responsibilities who are McKinney-Vento eligible, and also your responsibilities in supporting those students and families. Then we will have an opportunity to break out or break into groups. We will put you into breakout rooms where there will not be an expectation to bring back a deliverable or a share out. This is really just time for you to sit with each other and talk about the things that came up for you as you experienced all of the information that you're receiving this morning. So we encourage you to take advantage of that time and really dialogue with one another. After the breakout session, we'll have a lunch, which is an optional working lunch. And so what that means is you'll have an opportunity to sit in or stay within your breakout room, or you can return to the main room and be asked to be sent to another breakout room if the one that you're in is either feeling overpopulated or if people just really don't feel like engaging in that particular room. And we'll review that again when it's time to go into the breakout rooms. But during lunch, your breakout room will be open for you to hang out, have lunch with your colleagues, and just, you know, and come together as a community and talk with one another. So again, that is optional, but it will be available to you. After lunch, we'll have a Q&A session. So everybody that you're hearing presenting this morning will be in a panel for you. We encourage you during your breakout sessions and just throughout the day to make notes and bring your questions. You can absolutely post them in the chat room, but also you will have the opportunity to open up your mic or post questions during the Q&A session. And we encourage you to bring your questions and your thoughts and your feedback and ideas to that session. So it's just a really invaluable opportunity to you know, have your questions addressed. Then after that, we have our afternoon partner panel presentations. And really, that's just wraparound holistic services that are here to talk to you, give you an overview of what they do within their services, how you can access them, what service delivery looks like in lieu of our current situation with COVID. And that's true with our morning information as well, that we'll be sort of presenting with that consideration in mind for you. So we'll have our panelists will share their information about the services they provide. We'll have another break. Then we'll come back with a another Q&A opportunity for our afternoon presenters. And again, I encourage you to take advantage of that time with them to ask them additional questions. Typically in these trainings, we know that after each presentation, you would have the opportunity to then chime in and ask your questions. We're going to ask that you hold those questions for the Q&A sessions intentionally so that each presenter has an opportunity to share what they are bringing for you today. So again, lots of information that we're going to be sharing. After that, we'll just review our learning objectives to ensure that they were met, offer any final thoughts and discussion. We will be talking to you a little bit about, again, surveys and clock hour information at that time. And then we will have closing. So if you, thank you, if you have adjusted your name in your Zoom profile, we will be taking attendance around break time and lunchtime, and again afterwards. So please, yeah, please, enjoy the day, and let's go ahead and dive into the next section. All right, so, why are we here? There's great need. We know that it's dire, that we gain all that we can in terms of knowledge, data, statistics, and resources to support our students and families who are experiencing homelessness. So the origin of McKinney-Vento in and of itself was based on a law that was passed in 1987 as the Stuart v. McKinney Homeless Assistance Act. As you can see, there were revisions of it throughout the years, and there were $85 million initially attached to the act. It is a federal mandate, and then as you can see, a significant amount of funding allocated within fiscal year of 2020. So the act is it's in place to ensure that students who are experiencing homelessness have access to stability and continuity of education and activities for all children and youth who are experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. So in other words, students who are experiencing homelessness absolutely have the right to enjoy the same access to educational and extracurricular continuity, educational experiences as students who are housed. Next slide, please. So some to call out or specify the rights that they are entitled to through McKinney-Vento. They're entitled to prompt and immediate identification. You'll hear more information a little bit later this morning about what identification looks like, and we'll have more, you'll hear more about that. Immediate enrollment, absolutely, even if the student lacks records normally required for enrollment. Full participation in all school activities, as well as the same level of assessment and standards as other students. Transportation, absolutely. Tutoring and other services needed to ensure that students are supported equitably. And then eligibility for free meals and all Title I services. We will hear more about Title I this morning during our nuts and bolts section. So next slide, please. So what does it mean to be experiencing homelessness? What does that mean? So in terms of defining within McKinney-Vento, it means children and youth who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. That includes students and children and youth who are, next slide, please, who are sharing housing with other people due to lack of economic hardship or other reasons, who are living in hotels, motels, trailer parks, campgrounds, and any place that is not intended for a human to habitate. Living in emergency or transitional shelters, or if they are left or abandoned in hospitals, or living in spaces, like I said, not designed for humans to live in. Cars, parks, public spaces, abandoned buildings, substandard housing, etc. And then migratory children who may qualify due to their specific living circumstances. All of these scenarios are within the eligibility guidelines for students experiencing homelessness, according to McKinney-Vento. And next slide, please. So there are various definitions, as some of you know, and some of you may not know. There's differentiations between the definition of homelessness within HUD, the Department of Education, and McKinney-Vento. And there is some degree of misalignment, which is concerning. So as you can see from this chart, in a significant way, the most obvious scenarios of homelessness are students are eligible across the board. So if students are living in an unsheltered situation, in regards to all three programs, they're considered homeless. And if they're living in emergency shelters or transitional housing, they're considered homeless. But when we start talking about students and families who are living in hotels or motels or doubled up, that's when some of the variation occurs. And as some of you know, that's when it can become challenging to access resources for them. So we just want to call that out. Next slide, please. So specifically calling out HUD and the definition for homelessness and homeless assistance as it relates to HUD. So the challenge that we are acknowledging is that within the HUD definition, it does exclude most of our students and families experiencing homelessness according to McKinney-Vento. But when it comes to like paying for a hotel or motel room for those students and families, or certain living environments that could be considered unstable or unsafe, that put the children and youth at higher risk of, abuse or trafficking and violence. And then students and youth who are not assessed for services currently. And then there are some incentives, federal incentives through HUD for certain housing models, specifically like rapid rehousing and gosh. So what I'm trying to say is there's some variation. We realize that it creates challenges for you in supporting students experiencing homelessness and trying to identify which funding stream or which source or how to access and leverage resources to support the students, giving the variances between the different programs. So the good news is that in 2019, our state representatives reintroduced the Homeless Children and Youth Act, HYCA, to help support the removal of those barriers for students and their families who are experiencing homelessness. That work continues. We encourage you to check on the Schoolhouse Connection website. If you don't have access to that now or know where that is, you can easily Google them. At the end of, you'll see several places where there's links and resources that you'll have access to. But there are updates and additional information regarding HYCA and the status of it. So next slide, please. So when we talk about unaccompanied youth, what are we talking? Who are we including? By definition, unaccompanied youths include a child or youth who meets all of the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness and their, sorry, let's get rid of this. Oops, had a little bit of a, all right. And they're not in physical custody of their parent or guardian. So, and Melinda will talk a little bit more about that later this morning. Next slide, please. So we're going to hear again from youths and who are in specific to identifying homelessness, which of course is the first step in being able to support students who are experiencing homelessness. So here we go.
When I was homeless, I actually did not really tell anyone, but only due to the fact that I didn't really consider myself homeless.
I didn't know I was homeless. I thought it was normal and everybody lived this way.
I didn't really tell anyone because nobody asked.
The reason why I told them is because I was really stuck and I needed help. I needed adult help. I couldn't do everything on my own as a 15 or 14-year-old.
How am I supposed to go up to them and spill my life in front of them into their hands and hope that they care?
Let parents and youth know that, like, I don't know, homeless is, like, it's okay to get help.
If a student is acting out and or constantly absent, you know, I think they need to recognize the sign of what an unaccompanied homeless youth looks like.
And I don't really think homelessness is something that's on the radar for most high school students. So even just bringing it up and letting students know that it is an issue and you are aware of it, that helps open the door for conversation.
Open your eyes and ask for people, ask them how they're doing genuinely.
Kind of let them know that, you know, it's a safe place and it's a safe community, and like when they're ready to share whatever's going on, you're ready to listen.
Like if you see a student that's struggling or you think they might be struggling, ask them, you know, because worst case scenario, they're not and you misinterpreted. That's it. And best case scenario, they are struggling and you just gave them a lifeline.
But it doesn't really work unless the student wants to. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with trust. So cool to think about how I was living in a tent at a time and now I'm graduating high school, or I graduated high school and I'm going to college. Like, it's just mind-blowing, and it's with the help of the school.
So with that, you know, again, that's the why. It's for these students, and they are telling us, you know, how to approach identification and being very candid. There are some wonderful resources available online with more information directly from students. Our partner Schoolhouse Connection, also National Center for Homeless Education, and others. And Melinda posted some links in the chat box. Of course, we are here for you as a resource as well, as we continue to move this work forward. But identification is the first step. So just taking a look, and the video referenced some statistics, and I'm not going to linger on these because, again, when you go to those resources, you can dive deeper, more deeply into what the data is telling us about the accelerated rate of students experiencing homelessness, especially now in this time of COVID. And I know that I don't have to tell you because you're the ones who are fielding the questions and requests that are coming in, but just to acknowledge, even based on October 1st enrollment, you can see the whole student population, and that's data taken from the 2018 and 19. The total number of homeless students reported in Washington is there as well, over 40,000, which I know that number is higher right now. And so that's 3.5% of our entire student population in Washington state experiencing homelessness. And that is daunting, again, especially since we know at this point that number is much higher. Next slide, please. So some statistical information here that is really what it's telling us is that the majority of students who are self-identifying as experiencing homelessness are living doubled up in circumstances with other families. And the hotel motel percentage is significantly lower. Personally, I'm wondering if that is because it's challenging to access resources to help students and families even access hotels and motels right now. Shelters and then unsheltered, and you can see just the distinction between the percentages there. Graduation rates of all students within Washington State, approximately 81%, and significantly lower for those students experiencing homelessness. And then if you factor in students additionally experiencing racism on top of that, as Matt referred to in his presentation earlier, it significantly impacts that number as well. And then the dropout rate for all students collectively at 11.2, but for homeless students, that number, of course, is much higher. Next slide, please. And then in the national level, again, the National Center, excuse me, for Homeless Education, Chapin Hall, Voices of Youth, an article from America's Promise Alliance, and also State Early Childhood Homelessness State Profile. These are all resources that help us to sort of gather and look at our national statistics, and you can see that within the LGBTQ plus homeless youth community, a significant number of those students are homeless due to self-reportedly being kicked out of their homes. Significant percentage of students who are likely to drop out of school, and nearly half of all children in federally funded shelters are younger than 5 years old. So those are just significant and very daunting statistics that we just wanted to share with you, again, addressing the why. This is why we're here today. This is why we're doing this work. And this is why it is so important that you receive all the information that you're going to take in this morning. So, all right, so we are going to move now into more specific nuts and bolts of student rights and your responsibilities, our responsibilities as educators in supporting students and families who are experiencing homelessness. With that, I am going to welcome Melinda Dyer to the conversation. Good morning, Melinda.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. If you can
Yes.
hear me, please put it in the chat.
Yeah, you sound great. We can hear and see you.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for attending today. I know a lot of you have been to these trainings for years, and based on the poll earlier, we have a lot of people who may not have ever attended a McKinney-Vento training. It is a requirement under the Federal McKinney-Vento Act that school district liaisons receive routine McKinney-Vento training, and that they also provide it to their school partners at the local level. So we're going to just talk about some basic information that you need to know to kind of get your feet under you to do your job and to understand the requirements of the McKinney-Vento liaison in the district, as well as the larger district responsibilities, the systems that really need to be in place to ensure that students experiencing homelessness have the rights, the services, all of those pieces to help them be educationally stable and successful in school. So if you're a seasoned liaison and you've heard these things before, I'm glad that you're sitting through this again. You might pick up something new, or you might be able to assist with a newer liaison in the chat as we talk about things. If you find out there are folks that maybe need a little help, you could give them a little example of something that worked in your district if you like. So with that, we're going to move ahead and just get started with the basic requirements. So first of all, as we mentioned, every district is required to designate a liaison, and that person has a variety of different responsibilities that they need to fulfill as the liaison. So I want you to think to yourself for just a moment here, how did you become the liaison? And when I ask this question during a live training, some people will raise their hand and they'll say, I became the liaison because I answered an open recruitment. The district was very intentional about wanting to hire the right person for this very important job. So I applied for it. There was a competition for the position and I got it. Thank goodness, because I love it. And there will be others of you who are probably giggling right now because you're thinking, I don't know anything about McKinney-Vento, and someone just pointed to me and said, somebody's got to do it, and guess what, it's you. So what I'd like to do on this next slide, just to take the temperature of the group here, is to find out, how did you become the homeless liaison in your district? And which of these responses best fits your current assignment? So I'm going to give you just a little bit of time so that everybody, there's a lot of people in the training today, so there's like 200 of you. If you just take a few minutes, we'll see how many we can get responding here to this particular poll. Looks like about half of you have voted. Wait a little bit longer. Okay, so this is interesting to me. And Aubrey, you can go ahead and close it out if you like, because it looks like the majority of people had a chance to respond. So 13% had the luxury of actually applying for a job that they really were excited about and wanted. It looks like about 8%, it was an internal transfer that became open and you got shifted into a position and it was a good fit for you. And then we've got 38%. I was told by my administrator that this role would be added to my existing work. And then we have several people who are currently not the liaison in their district. They have other roles, or they have maybe administrators or principals or other folks in the district. So thank you for that. It looks like a fair number of folks were pointed to and told that they were going to be the district liaison. So just for clarification, every school district under McKinney-Vento is required to have one school district liaison that facilitates the entire McKinney-Vento program for your district. In addition to the district liaison, our Washington state law also requires building points of contact. And those building points of contact assist the district liaison with the work. And Matt Smith will be talking a little bit more about the responsibilities of the building points of contact in just a few minutes. So this information that you're getting right now really is specific to the district liaison. So when selecting liaisons, districts are going to look at a variety of things. They're going to look at what are the legal requirements for the position, what is your student demographic, how many homeless students do you have in your district, what are the needs. So there's a lot that goes into it. We have very large districts in the state that have a full-time liaison, or in some cases, maybe more than one liaison. We have some large districts that need more than one liaison that might only have a part-time liaison. The federal law requires a liaison, but the federal law does not indicate how many hours per week that person needs to work, or a specific amount of time that needs to be assigned to them. So districts need to be very mindful about assigning a person to make sure that they have enough time to get the work done. Next slide. We contracted with the National Center for Homeless Education earlier in 2020 to put together a revised document that I would encourage you to look at and to share with your district administrators if they're not on this training today, really giving some good tips and information about the requirements of the job and how to choose the right person. For example, Would it be a good idea to have the superintendent be the liaison? Do they have the time for that? Is there any conflict of interest with that? How about the district transportation director? Sometimes there's a conflict of interest. Sometimes it's a perfect position for them. So you really need to look locally to determine who is best fit for the job. And this guide, I think, is a good one. So take a look when you get a chance. Next slide. So liaison duties, here we go. There are 10 of them. It's not too often you see a job description that has all 10 of your duties perfectly lined out in federal law, but the McKinney-Vento Act does a great job of outlining exactly what the duties of the liaison are. And so you'll see here the liaisons have to have the time and capacity to fulfill all of these duties. So I want you to be thinking in your head, okay, these are all the things I'm responsible for. Energy and the capacity to do all of these duties that I'm going to outline right now. So next slide. So the primary responsibility of the liaison is identification. We know that there are a lot of families that hide their homeless status. They may not be comfortable disclosing that information. So we need to be sure that identification is done constantly, that the outreach, that the identification, that the coordination with your community partners, with your families in your district really is active. You cannot wait for families to come to you and say, hey, guess what? I think I'm homeless. The liaison and others in the district really need to work very carefully and looking for signs and symptoms of homelessness, to pick up on the clues, to work together to refer students who you think might be experiencing homelessness. And the best way to identify students is a housing questionnaire. So next slide, please. Housing questionnaire, what that is, it's be provided to every family at least once a year, but best practice would be multiple times a year to make sure that addresses are up to date and contact information is up to date. I have districts that send out housing questionnaires with grade reports, at open house, at parent nights. It's a lot harder now because we're all closed up and in different types of remote learning. But those housing questionnaires we know is a best practice and it does work. So it allows every family, whether they're in a stable home or an unstable home, to constantly have that questionnaire in front of them to assess, gosh, you know, these services, I think I really qualify for these services, or this doesn't apply to me now, but gosh, 3 months from now, when the eviction moratorium changes, I might need this assistance from the school district. So keeping that information in front of people is really important. And if you look on the OSPI website, we have housing questionnaire samples available to you that you can download and use in your district in 11 different languages. So depending on who's in your district and your demographic, hopefully you would find any of the languages that you might need. And keep in mind that identification is an active process. We have to make sure that we're not requiring families to self-disclose in order to receive services. Next slide. So identification, just some things to keep in mind. You should have information on your school and district websites. And if you haven't looked lately, check and see what's there. How many clicks do you have to get to? If I'm a family that is experiencing homelessness and I'm frantically looking on the district website for information that might support my student, how hard is it to find? What is there? What type of documents and support materials do you have for your families who are in unstable situations? Is it only on the district website, or is it at the individual school website as well? So look what's on there, make sure the contact information is up to date, and there are some links and resources for your families. Posters and brochures are required by federal law to be in every school building in your district, as well as throughout the community where folks are likely to see them. It's more important now than ever because most families are not going into school buildings. So think about, where can you hang those posters? Where can you post information within your community that folks can see them? And then, of course, outreach and coordination with your community partners, such as youth organizations, homeless service providers, your continuum of care, health and human service organizations, and those folks. Next slide. So with identification, of course, you're going to be looking at using descriptive language. And one of the best questions that we have found that tends to work with families, because when you're trying to decide, is this family really experiencing homelessness, or are they just kind of hanging out with this other family to, for a period of time, but they could do something else? A good question might be, if you were not staying here, where would you go? Where would you go if you couldn't stay where you're currently staying with your Aunt Lucy? And if the answer is, gosh, I don't know, I'd have to go to a shelter, I'd go live with my cousin who has a couch. Those things give you some hints that this person is truly in an unstable situation with few options. So really looking at, proper identification and helping families get the services they need. Of course, as we mentioned, training is required for everybody in the buildings and to make sure that everyone is on the same page. One of the things that I wanted to mention about liaisons, and this is more just anecdotal, this is not something that's in the law, but when selecting the liaison, really thinking about relationships. And you can think about this in your own mind about who you are and how you interact with people. Because I know we have some amazing liaisons in our state. I've always felt very, very lucky to work with the liaisons that we have in our state, because some really hard work is being done out there. Trying to hire or assign diverse staff when we're looking at who should be the liaison, someone who's approachable, someone who's friendly, non-judgmental, folks that do not, school district staff that don't tend to separate themselves or elevate themselves in a way that might be intimidating for a family in crisis, someone who has community connections. And it's always important to note that it needs to be someone who is able to set boundaries, because as the liaison, it's very easy to get pulled into so many family situations when they're in crisis. And being able to set those boundaries of professional life versus, all the different ways that you might want to get engaged with these families and help them. Sometimes you really got to stick to your boundaries. So the last thing that we have on this particular slide is asking about preschool age siblings. So I'm going to move through a couple of items about preschool. Next slide. So really quickly, before we get to the preschool page, I want in the chat, if you would, what are some of the challenges that you are currently having during the school closure right now with remote learning with identifying your homeless families? Matt Smith and I have met with a few districts. We found some districts that are having great success with identification, but most have had a kind of a tough time with identifying kids right now during the closure. So as I go through these bullets down below, I just really like you just to bounce some ideas about, if you're having any challenges with identification right now, let us know. So things that you can look for during remote learning. If the students have their Zoom cameras off or their background locations change constantly, you might wonder where they are, how things are in their place where they're working remotely. They may have different people in the background, not just their family. The background could be a motel room, a public place, inside of a car occasionally, because we have kids working with hotspots and remote Wi-Fi. Students and parents may be difficult to reach, unwilling to turn on cameras and so forth. So I just wanted to point out a few of the things that may be helpful to you as you're looking for clues. And there's a resource there at the bottom from Schoolhouse Connection that gives more information about helping families during remote learning. Next slide. Okay, and then this checklist, I also just wanted to point it out as a great resource about how to keep in touch with families during school closures. It's a nice little checklist. It's easy to go through to think about some ways that you can connect with families. Next slide. Okay, enrollment. We're going to go through the rest of these slides pretty quickly. So the liaison needs to ensure that homeless children and youth are enrolled in and have full and equal access to succeed in school. And that includes attending classes and participating in all school activities. And that includes sports, co-curricular activities, clubs, all of those different things. Next slide. Access to services. This is another liaison duty. Local liaisons must ensure that homeless families and children have all of the services and supports that are available to them, including services through Head Start, IDEA Part C, and other preschool programs that are administered by the school district. And so skip to the next slide here. How do you know if your district is going to have, if your preschool within your school really qualifies for a McKinney-Vento program? And we're going to get to that in just a moment. Liaisons must also ensure that families receive referrals for services that they are going to need. It could be dental care, health care, housing services. The intake form on the OSPI website shows a lot of different options that help school district staff go through sort of a checklist of the kinds of services and supports families may need, and then those referrals can be made. So I would urge you to take a look at that. Next slide. Parent involvement, again, liaisons, another liaison duty, ensuring that parents have meaningful opportunities to participate in the education of their children. Next. Okay, public notice. Liaisons must ensure that public notice of the educational rights of homeless students is out in the community. It's in the school district, it's in soup kitchens, it's in the local library, it's any place that you would expect families to be able to see this information and get it in a way that's understandable and in their language. OSPI offers free posters and brochures in 9 different languages. If that is something that you need for your school district or your community, please let us know. Disputes, we're going to have a little bit more discussion about the dispute process a little bit later, but this is a critical duty of the liaison, is that liaisons must ensure that disputes are mediated according to the requirements of McKinney-Vento. Every state has their own dispute process. In Washington State, ours is a 3-step process, and we'll outline that in just a few minutes. Next slide. And transportation, of course. Everybody talks about transportation when we're talking about McKinney-Vento. And that is always a challenge. It can be expensive. It can be difficult to organize. My hat is off to the transportation folks in our state. They've been invaluable partners, our transportation directors and drivers and dispatchers, in getting kids where they need to go. Be in close contact with your transportation providers in your district because they are superstars. Parents and guardians need to be informed of transportation services, and they need to be assisted in getting those services set up immediately for their student. That might be a yellow bus, it might be public transit, it might be a personal vehicle. There are just many ways that kids can have that access to transportation. We'll outline that in just a moment. Next. Liaisons must provide professional development within their school district to their partners in the district, the teachers, administrators, and so forth. Next. Unaccompanied youth. Sharon touched on this just a moment ago. Unaccompanied youth, and please note that it says unaccompanied youth and not unaccompanied minor, because occasionally I do hear folks use the term unaccompanied minor, and it's a little bit misleading because when we think of minors, those are kids that are under 18, and unaccompanied youth in a school could be over 18, but they're still considered an unaccompanied youth if they are not in the physical custody of a parent or guardian, and they are eligible to be enrolled in school and have all the services and supports. Districts need to respect their wishes and work with them directly if they don't have a parent or family member to advocate for them. And part of the important piece that needs to come with unaccompanied youth is that they need to be informed of their status as independent students for the FAFSA, for higher education, for financial aid. So if you have seniors, for example, in your school district that have experienced homelessness, please make sure that your counselors or the liaison is working with those kids to make sure they receive the verification letter that shows that they indeed were homeless during the school year. And I'm going to put in the chat the link to a really good resource. Hopefully it will fit right in here. Schoolhouse Connection has an entire link on their website to FAFSA verification and assistance with higher education efforts for our students experiencing homelessness. So take a look at that link when you get a chance. I did not get it onto the slide and I apologize. Next slide. So when we did a survey a couple of years ago, 67% of our liaisons said that they have less than 4 hours a week to do their jobs, all of those duties. And 15% of those liaisons have an hour or less per week, which is really pretty sobering when we think of the vulnerable kids we have in our districts and that we have liaisons that have less than an hour per week to do all of those duties that we just outlined in the law. So kind of think about how your own situation is. Do you feel like you have the time and capacity to actually get that job done in an effective way? Next slide. This is a pretty cool tool here, and it is assessing the capacity of the homeless liaison. It's just a nice work through it sort of a tool where you can look at the duties, figure out how much time it takes to get those duties done and whether or not you have the time and capacity to get that done. It's a great tool to do with some of your district administrators, maybe together, so that you can have those conversations about, gosh, do I need more time? Do I need more help with this job? It's a very good document if you want to take a look at that. Next slide. So I'm going to go through these quickly because in addition to the liaison duties, school districts have a whole other host of duties that as a district, as a system, you're required to fulfill. The kids need to stay in their school of origin if that is in their best interest. School of origin is the school where they were attending when they were last housed, or the school that they were last attending, last enrolled in. So sometimes they might have more than one school of origin to refer back to. It does happen. And if those questions come up where you're not sure which school the child has a right to continue their enrollment, please get a hold of us and we'll walk through things with you. We can help you with situations and scenarios. So a student is to be considered homeless for the duration of homelessness. It could be weeks, it could be months, could be longer. And when they do find permanent housing, they still retain their McKinney-Vento status for the remainder of the school year in which they found housing. So you'd continue to count them in your data, you'd continue to provide transportation, free meals, Title I, all of those supports for the remainder of the academic year, even if they've found housing during that school year. And then the following school year, they would be considered a housed student if their housing continued to remain stable. And then we have also, if the child or youth is moved to a new district, they can choose to enroll in their new attendance area if they wish. But keep in mind that according to the law, the best interest is to stay in their school of origin unless the parent chooses otherwise. If it is in their best interest, if it's, if it's not 16 hours away or a different state, or if the student hasn't had some significant problems in the previous school. And there's a lot of scenarios. We could spend all day just on scenarios, but if you have specific questions, let us know about that. Next slide. So looking at best interest, really you need to look at child-centered factors. This is not what's best for the school, but what's best for the student. Their education, do they have siblings that are in the same school or district? Do they need special services? Is there a health or safety issue? Is there a domestic violence issue? And so forth. I'm still within my time, Sharon, so if you could give me just a couple more minutes, I'm just about done here. Next slide. So determining best interest, we're giving priority to the request of the parent or guardian, and if it's an unaccompanied youth, we always give priority to the unaccompanied youth. Next slide. School of origin, as we mentioned, is the school that the student attended when permanently housed or where they were last enrolled, including a preschool. And preschool has a whole set of things to look at. We're going to go through those in just a moment. And also feeder schools. If you have a student who's moving from elementary to junior high, that can still count as their school of origin because it's considered a feeder school. So for preschool, McKinney-Vento purposes, it's any publicly funded program. for kids that are 0 to 5, in which the district is financially responsible. They're the administrative agent. They would be funded by education dollars. They might be staffed by district staff. You may also have preschool services that are not part of the school district in any way. They're privately operated, and those programs would not be governed by McKinney-Vento if they're private. If you have questions about that, let us know. We've got some good resources. Next slide. Preschool enrollment, districts need to prioritize students for wait lists and make sure that they hold slots open if possible. And you have to just make sure that those kids can be in preschool, that is their school of origin, and they have the same rights as kids that are K-12 pretty much. Preschool, ECAP preschools, yes, if they are operated by the school district, absolutely. Next slide. Another good resource for you, I just wanted to make sure that you had this available on a slide, early learning. Next slide. We're going to just kind of go through this. We talked about immediate enrollment. School districts need to make sure the kids are immediately enrolled as soon as they are identified. They do not need to complete a housing questionnaire to be identified. That's just one process. But if you know the student is homeless, they have to be enrolled immediately, even if they don't have documents like immunization records, health records, proof of residency, or those other pieces. Next slide. District liaisons help with immunizations and other records, and the student is to be enrolled immediately, even as the liaison is assisting in getting those things. Next slide. So this is just a few statistics. A lot of kids still say that immediate enrollment is difficult. And those are just some pieces of information just for your information there. Next slide. Other school district duties are on this slide. You can see what they all are: referrals for services, Title I, and so forth. Transportation, just briefly, I'll go through transportation services on the next slide. Districts must provide transportation to and from the school of origin. And even if transportation is not normally provided, and the two districts need to work together to decide how that transportation will be split up. Next slide. We just mentioned that one. Two districts work together to apportion the cost and responsibility. And if they can't agree, they share the cost equally. Next slide. Transportation to extracurricular activities needs to be done if it's a barrier for the student to be able to participate. Transportation services need to be comparable as they would be for other students. And sometimes there's even additional, not just exactly the same, but there may be even additional services for homeless students, and must be arranged immediately. And that includes preschool. Okay, next slide. So in short, the districts need to continue using all the same resources, the same identification procedures, the same transportation as they would during a normal school year when we are in a shutdown right now. All of these same options need to be available. Next slide. On our OSPI website, we have a transportation toolkit. Take a look. We have inter-district agreements, which we really encourage people to use, so both districts know what's happening and they've both signed off on it and agree. We have transportation request forms for family and a variety of different things. So take a look at those. Those are helpful samples. Next. All right. I think it's time for a break, I believe, Sharon, and thank you for your attention. I saw lots of questions in the chat, and please bring those same questions to the breakout later on in the Q&A, and we'll help you with those.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, Melinda, and to all of you for your attention and your active engagement, like Melinda said in the chat box. We know that it's a lot of information that we're combining and condensing and throwing at you, but we appreciate your engaging. And just know that you will receive the slide deck and access to the recording of this session in addition to the November training. after this training. So just know that if you're not containing all the information in your head at the moment, you're probably rapidly taking notes and trying to figure some things out, but just know that you will have access to all of this information later on. So I just wanted to put that out there. So with that, we're gonna go into a break. I'm gonna ask that those of you who are presenting before lunch who have not gone yet, if you would hang out with us for a few minutes and we'll sort of strategize. But in the meantime, for everybody else, we'll see you back here at noon. Pick up where we left off in our nuts and bolts. And at this time, we're going to welcome Dr. Matt Smith back to the conversation, and he will talk to us about building points of contact and give us some information and guidelines.
All right, thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Matt.
So briefly, you'll see on the screen here, there's essentially 4 responsibilities for the building point of contact. There was a question earlier about the difference between liaison and the building point of contact. And that's a pretty common question. Sometimes we'll hear liaison get used in different ways, both for the district level and the building level. And that's really the key difference. Melinda talked about the 10 requirements for the federal designation of your district McKinney-Vento liaison. And Washington is the only state in the country that has a requirement in law for building points of contact. Other states recommend it as the best practice. Washington requires it. And that is through the Homeless Student Stability and Opportunity Gap Act. So I try to remember this as an acronym CLIP. Of course, we always want more acronyms in our world, but this has been a good mnemonic for me. First is coordinate. So you're maintaining communication with your district liaison, who has all those responsibilities for identification, enrollment, etc. And really at the building level, often you're serving as a contact for your colleagues, whether they're teachers, paraeducators, front office staff, anyone who's in contact with students and families, you're a resource for them to be able to help them understand when folks qualify and getting them connected to those services, both the district level or potentially in the community. That's where the inform comes in, making sure that school staff, we say building, often we're not in a building during a pandemic, but your other school staff understand at least the basics of how to help identify students and families and how to get them connected to resources. And that comes to the last part of this, which is provide. So oftentimes when you are building staff, you are in contact with students and families much more often than the district liaison is, depending on the size of your district. And so you more than likely have those relationships built, and that's a key consideration for who should become a building point of contact, is their capacity to be able to build those relationships with students and families. Next slide, please. So with that, you've gotten a huge amount of information today already, and we are building out our very first building point of contact training that is going to be offered both live and available online by the end of the first quarter of 2021. So watch your Gov delivery and mailboxes for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Matt. And yes, short and sweet, but really important to hear. And especially, like you said, addressing the question from the chat box about differentiating between the district liaison and the building point of contact, and more information to come. So next, we're going to move into talking about funding streams, and we will start with McKinney-Vento and Melinda Dyer. Thank you again for joining us.
Great. I think we need to go to the next slide, perhaps. Okay, here we go. So just briefly, there are some grant funds available for school districts, but they're very limited, unfortunately. We always have far more need than we have resource to help districts with. So The primary funding source for most school districts will be Title I funding to support their homeless students. And Penelope will be talking about Title I funding in a few minutes. But the grant funds for McKinney-Vento come from U.S. Department of Ed. Each year we receive about $1.5 million, and it depends not necessarily on the homeless count, which you would think that's how it's calculated, but it's Title I formulas and census data and a variety of indicators that give us the amount we receive from U.S. Department of Ed. 75% goes to districts in the form of competitive grants, so districts have to apply for those funds. Currently, there are only 37 subgrants in our state. 35 of those are for individual districts and 2 are programs that are multi-district consortium. And keep in mind that districts have to serve all their homeless students with all of the rules and supports and services that we outlined earlier before the break, even if you don't receive McKinney-Vento grant funding. So the way I look at this funding is that it is supplemental to the regular basic ed funding and the Title I funding. So the way I look at it is like a cupcake. So if you think of your cupcake and the cake part is your basic education funding, all students get the cupcake part. And students that are living in poverty get some frosting, and that's the Title I piece. And then if you are receiving a McKinney-Vento grant, that would be the sprinkles on top. So if you think of the cupcake analogy, that kind of helps to put it out there. And then in our training in November, one of our participants in the chat said that if you get HSSP money as well, that's sort of the cherry on top. So hopefully that helps you with a visual image. The next application for these grant funds will not be until 2022, unfortunately, for districts that are interested in applying, because it is a 3-year grant and we're currently in the 2nd year of a 3-year cycle. So that's McKinney-Vento grant funding. Thank you.
All right, and Matt.
All right, so similarly, we have a competitive grant program, the Homeless Student Stability Education Program, that is state funded. So there are a couple of considerations in the law for how we give additional weight to applicants. They're focused on racial equity, prioritizing unaccompanied homeless youth, and partnering with community-based organizations. This is also where the building points of contact requirement comes from. It's the same law. We're giving $876,000 per year in competitive grants. This is the first time we've done a multi-year grant. And so it will line up in 2022 as the next opportunity for districts to submit applications. And so there's a $75,000 is the median amount that we've been granting. So most of our districts use that for adding staff capacity with the purpose of being able to do more identification and do better with connecting students to resources. With that, this is not part of the slide deck, but I wanted to mention it. Every other week we do McKinney-Vento office hours on Friday afternoons, which if you haven't already participated, we really encourage you to join us. And one of our district liaisons brought up a concern about the OSPI K-12 internet access program and telling us that the eligibility criteria were leaving a lot of McKinney-Vento eligible students out, that they weren't eligible. So we took that information, talked to our colleagues, and they changed the criteria. So I am going to drop that link in the chat and encourage you, if you haven't already, to take a look at that, particularly for students who do not have internet access currently. They may be able to get that funded through OSPI. All right, and I'll turn it back over to my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Matt and Melinda, for that information. And now we are going to hear from Penelope Mena, and she's going to talk about Title I Part A program and learning assistance programs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, attendees. My name is Penelope Mena, and I am the Title I Part A and Learning Assistance Program Supervisor. If you do have additional questions after my presentation in regards to the Title I Part A set aside specifically for homeless students, We do want you to contact us, but we want you also to be mindful that you do have great resources within your district, which is your Title I director or your special programs director, and also at our homeless here department at OSPI, that you want to make sure to reach out to them as well, because we work with them closely and we always ask each other questions or we relate each other information. And also if you want to learn more about the Title I program, I'm gonna send you guys this link about our program as well through the chat. And can we please go to the next slide? All right, so the goal really of the homeless student set aside within Title I Part A, it's really is designed to meet the educational needs of low achieving children in schools with the highest levels of poverty. All homeless students are categorically eligible for Title I supports and services. There should be no priority list or designations for homeless students. Each one of those students is eligible for those services. Services provided through Title I Part A may be a little different and greater in scope and intensity because they're different and specific needs for those students. So we want to make sure that you also understand and you know that students that are in a Title I program that are homeless, they don't necessarily have to be in the program to receive services. So regardless if the school receives the Title I funding or not, if a homeless student needs the services, they should be able to receive those services, and regardless if the Title I school receives funding or not. Also, we have two specific programs within our program Title I, which is the targeted assistance and the school-wide. Again, any student can receive services. Homeless students should be able to receive any type of service through Title I, regardless of the type of program. Next slide, please. So why districts need to have that require set aside as part of their Title I funds? So within our grant, and because it's a mandate from legislation, the Title I Part A law requires districts to set aside a specific amount, or not specific amount, I'm sorry, just a specific, just to set aside that basically helps the population for the homeless population. So included within this population, of course, it's the students with the greatest needs, which are homeless students. Districts must set aside an amount appropriate to serve the needs of homeless students. And how do they know that it's appropriate? So what we do every year, and with the help for the last actually more than 4 years, the homeless department here at OSPI and also our department at Title I coordinated and worked on the needs assessment. And so that needs assessment to basically decide how much is necessary for those homeless students, it's included within our grant, and that part of the grant needs to be completed. It lets us know what are the things that you looked at, the people that you work with, the collaborations that you use, the resources that you have within your district and your communities, in order for you to come to the conclusion, this is the amount that is necessary and specific to our homeless population. So we also want to make sure that the homeless liaison, the Title I director, the staff, the district staff that works directly not only with the homeless students, but the parents or the family members of the homeless students, that they work collaboratively to determine the appropriate amount. Next slide, please. And what are some of the allowable costs for our for Title I and to use for homeless students? These are some of the examples. What we want to make sure, of course, is that you understand that the other school and community resources must be exhausted before the district can use the reservation of funds for homeless students to meet an identified need. but the sky's the limit, basically. I think if the student needs the services, there's not, that reservation is there for a reason. So after you exhausted your community, or if you don't have those resources within your communities or within your school, that's what that set aside is for. So it could be used for 100% of the homeless liaison salary, extended learning time, items of clothing necessary to meet the dress code uniform requirements, clothing, shoes necessary to participate in PE classes, student fees necessary to participate in the general ed program, personal school supplies, etc., birth certificates necessary for enrollment. And within when you do get the slide deck, or I don't know how you're going to get it formatted, but within the note section, I included even other examples of allowable cost for Title I set aside. We also want you to know that that the education also in regards to early learning as well, you can provide supports with this funding, support services including pre-kinder and GED testing, it's a variety, tutoring services, outreach services, etc. So we just want you to make sure that you collaborate or work with your Title I staff at your district or school, and inform yourselves on how that set aside can help you deliver and provide additional services to those homeless students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penelope, for all of the information. And Penelope did post a link in the chat box for you to access resources and information. And again, you will receive the content of this training in addition to the November training via slide decks as well as the recordings. So that information will come to you in that format. And with that, we are going to now move into talking about OSPI attendance guidance with Chrissy Johnson. Chrissy.
Thank you, Sharon. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I've been asked to share with you briefly an overview of how attendance guidance has changed for this school year, including a recent rule change as of November 9th. Next slide, please. The primary guidance documents, are listed here in the chat, and the slide deck itself will be updated when it gets sent out to you as well. Next slide, please. I wanted to share some of the guiding principles leading, informing this work and the rules and guidance. We see attendance as a first step towards engagement and mastery, different from engagement and mastery, but the first step towards it. We also see absences as really measuring and letting us know when students have missed out on instructional time. Absences are a key part of an early warning system, and they can signal us to ask why, to understand why students aren't attending, and can cue us to provide additional supports. They are also an incredible data point for understanding system inequities and opportunity gaps. So which students do our systems not support well? And then I want to highlight overall, our approach to guidance this year was to encourage districts to provide families and students flexibility to attend, to demonstrate participation in learning activities outside of the typical school hours asynchronously. Next slide, please. You can just click through these, Aubrey, thank you. It's just a list. I'm going to go through each of these changes in a little more detail. So next slide. One of the pieces of guidance was in the rule change was to highlight that daily attendance needs to be taken even if students are in remote or hybrid settings. Next slide. We added a definition of remote learning. Some of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with this, but essentially we defined an absence from remote learning as when a student is not participating in planned instructional activities on a remote learning day, either synchronously or asynchronously. And participation can mean a lot of different things. It can mean logging in, it can be interacting with teachers to acknowledge attendance about their assignment. It could be evidence of participation in a task or assignment. And then districts had flexibility to further define what this looks like in their communities. Next slide. We created a category of non-truancy remote learning absence, and the latest rule change extended this period of non-truancy through March 1st, through February 28th. So beginning March 1st, we would revert back to unexcused and excused. So just to clarify, what this means is that absences from remote learning should not accrue for the filing of a truancy petition. And districts should continue the practice of excusing absences during this period. Next slide, please. One of the things we did in the rule was to add a number of reasons that students should be considered excused. And they include, to the extent that we could think of them, the circumstances that are outside of a student and family's control due to the pandemic and not optional remote learning. So they include students' parents' work schedule or other obligations such as taking care of siblings during the school day, lack of necessary instructional tools, including internet access. So all of these reasons are reasons that a student should be considered excused. And it definitely requires some homework and being able to get in contact with parents, which we know is a struggle right now. So next slide. Another new addition to the rule was a requirement for districts to develop tiered response systems to address barriers to student attendance. The elements that are required in that tiered response are monitoring daily attendance, contacting families and verifying contact information, daily notification of absences, process for outreach, and then differentiated supports, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 supports that address attendance and chronic absence. Next slide, please. A big concern or question coming up right now is how do we make sure that we are keeping track of students? And one of the clarifications we have provided around our apportionment or our funding rules is to say that those rules, the funding rules, the 20-day rule, as it's commonly known, is not a direction to districts to withdraw students. So districts are encouraged to maintain students in your local system so that you can track them, so that families are getting communication, even if students aren't attending, and even if you cannot claim the student for state funding. It's not a requirement. It's not a requirement to withdraw, and we are not requiring you to keep them enrolled. We're just saying that that apportionment rule does not dictate that you have to withdraw them. Next. I will fix the links too when I'm done here. I see some comments. So just acknowledging your role in the attendance and truancy process and in your district. I just want to share that you're the experts on youth experiencing homelessness, and some of the ways that you, if you aren't already, can support students that are experiencing absences right now is to assist your schools to understand the state guidance, especially the reasons for excused absence and the required interventions. I didn't list on the slide that had excused absences that one of the reasons a student can be excused is if their absence is related to their status of being homeless. So that's one area of advocacy you can take with your lens and within your role. You can also request that you are notified, if you are not the truancy contact, you can request that you are notified prior to a petition being filed on a student that has been identified for McKinney-Vento services. And lastly, we have a great network, a robust contact list for district truancy liaisons on the OSPI website. So if you don't know who your point of contact is in your district, then I recommend that you get in contact with them. So again, I will fix the links. Looks like there's some problems. And I think that's all I have. Aubrey, could you go to the next slide? Oh, sorry. A couple of resources here for you. Attendance Works, if you're not familiar with them, has incredible resources, and they've really stepped up during the pandemic. So this first link is a 4-page document, and it includes a number of strategies for connecting with students and families. The second resource is a similar, specific to students that are experiencing homelessness. Both really good resources to help jog your strategy, jog your mind as you're thinking about what's that strategy that I haven't tried yet. And then there's a helpful framework for contacting families here. Some of these you might be more relevant for some of your school staff. And lastly, the updated attendance playbook during COVID is a great resource for attendance strategies, increasing attendance strategies that are evidence-based or promising practices. So that is all I have. And I'll hand it back to the team.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. Just so much information, so important and helpful. And just a reminder to all of you as participants that Chrissy, I believe, will you be joining us during the Q&A this afternoon?
I'll be there.
So she'll be there. So please bring your questions, write them down, talk them up in your chat rooms, and bring them because Chrissy will be participating in that Q&A. So wonderful. Thank you so much. So next, my colleague, Keith Woodruff, is going to talk to us about notice and disputes.
Hello, I'm Keith Woodruff. I'm one of the McKinney-Vento program supervisors. So I work with Melinda and the rest of the fabulous team that you've been talking to this morning. So if you have emailed the homeless ed inbox or you've called the office, there's a good chance that you have talked to me, or if you do that in the future, there's a good chance that you will talk to me. So as Sharon said, I'm here today to talk about disputes. So there are some important takeaways on the slides, but all of the information I'm about to talk about is available in our dispute resolution process or the sample dispute process paperwork. So those are the two links or files that I uploaded in the chat. So I put them in English in the chat, but they're also available in 11 different languages. So if your families have that need, then it's already translated for you. So I'll be mentioning the timeline throughout my conversation today, but it's 15 days here, 10 days here, 5 days here, so you don't have to memorize it. Just remember that it's available in the paperwork if you need to look at it. So the McKinney-Vento Act acknowledges that disputes may arise between the school district and students' families experiencing homelessness. The Act includes the dispute resolution process as among the required duties of the school district McKinney-Vento liaison. So at OSPI, as I've said, we've developed the dispute resolution process as required by the Act. So when you think about disputes, you should bear in mind that disputes should be initiated at the request of the parent or guardian or the unaccompanied youth, and it's not at the request or convenience of the school district. So don't forget also that the presumption is, I think as Melinda said, is always that the school where enrollment is sought is going to be in the best interest of the student. So the presumption is what the student, the unaccompanied youth wants, or what their parents want, that's going to be presumably the best interest of the minor of the child. So the burden is going to be on the district to show otherwise. Every effort must be made to resolve issues with families or unaccompanied youths by the liaison. The dispute process will take the decision out of the hands of the liaison, especially when it goes all the way up to OSPI. So I always like to tell liaisons that it is really, really in your best interest to work with your families before going down this path. It really just, it takes it out of anything that you can do. But if you find yourself disagreeing with a parent or guardian or unaccompanied youth, there are steps to take. The first step for the liaison is to make their initial decision that conflicts with the wishes of the parent or guardian or unaccompanied youth. And you're gonna have to put those reasons in writing. I always recommend that the liaison make sure that you're using student-centered factors. So don't talk about the convenience or difficulty of carrying out the matter on the part of the school or district, or even cost. I know things can be very expensive, but those are not reasons that you're going to put in your dispute process. Next slide, please. So on your initial liaison's decision, what you're going to want to include is written contact information for the homeless liaison and the state coordinator for Melinda. You'll want a form for the family to initiate the dispute. You'll want a description of how to initiate the dispute, timelines for the dispute, and notice that the students may stay enrolled pending the outcome of all appeals, may stay enrolled in the school that that enrollment is sought. So this is going to include all the way up to the OSPI level. So it can take, you know, a good number of days. I think it's like 70 days if you went through the entire process, like right on the limits of the days. It's about 70 business days. So it's like a semester. The sample paperwork has all of these requirements in it. The family has 15 days to request the dispute resolution to the liaison. So if that happens, what you're at the level 1 of the appeal. Level 1 of the appeal is back to the homeless liaison. So this is your second chance to figure it out. If you feel like, oh, maybe I didn't do that right on my initial decision, this is your opportunity to fix that. This is your last chance as the liaison to really have complete control of it. The liaison has 5 business days to issue their level 1 appeal decision in writing, and they must verify receipt of the decision by the family or unaccompanied youth. So I do occasionally get questions about that. Well, what if I just don't know if it's gotten to them? Well, the timelines don't proceed unless you actually have to verify that they've gotten that information. So the information should include how the family can file a level 2 appeal. Now, the level 2 appeal is going to be to your superintendent. The family has 10 days to initiate that appeal. This is the first point, as I said, that it's really out of the liaison's hands. What you need to give your superintendent is a copy of the parent or unaccompanied youth's dispute, which was filed, at your level 1 appeal, your decision that you've rendered at level 1, and then any additional information from the parent or unaccompanied youth or from you that you think might be helpful. The superintendent must then have a conference with the parent or unaccompanied youth within 5 business days. Now, pre-COVID, these were typically in person, but the districts, they're of course now are using technology, maybe a phone call to carry these out. The written decision of the superintendent is then to be provided within 5 business days. Again, the district must verify that the family actually receives the decision. You can't just rely on that you think they might have gotten it. The parent or youth then has 10 business days to initiate the level 3 appeal. That will be to OSPI. And then the district would forward all written documentation from level 1 and level 2 within 5 business days of the request to appeal from the parent. You would forward that all to OSPI. So if you're interested in how the sausage is made here, we have a committee that meets and reviews all the paperwork. The members of that committee, change depending upon the needs of the student or the family. So for instance, if we have a SPED expert that would be a part of that committee, if the student has an IEP, that's just one example. We have to issue our decision within 15 days. Our decision is final. Again, that is another reason why it is really important to resolve issues with families if you can, because once it comes up to us, it's really completely out of your hands. And the presumption, again, is always going to be that the best interests for the student are to remain in the school of origin. So if it's an enrollment dispute, it's a really heavy burden for districts to meet. It doesn't mean that we never decide in favor of districts. We do, but most often we're deciding in favor of students and families. The burden of proof is in that direction. There is one final word on appeal. Sometimes this comes up when you have 2 districts that are involved and 2 different liaisons are involved, and you have a different opinion about how something should turn out. In those cases, the student should be enrolled immediately in the school where enrollment is sought, and then either liaison can forward the request for a dispute resolution to OSPI, and we'll decide that within 10 business days. So 2 main takeaways from our dispute process. The student stays enrolled in the school they are seeking enrollment in during the entire appeals process. That is the most important thing that you can take away from this. Immediate enrollment, and they stay enrolled. And then all decisions must be in writing to the family. If you do those 2 things right off the bat, you remember those 2 things. Everything else you can really consult through our paperwork and figure out. You got to make sure you get those 2 things right. All right, that's all I have on disputes.
All right, thank you so much, Keith. And again, we realize that's a lot of information. You will all receive access to the recording and the slide deck of this training and the one in November, which was basically the same training with some variances, or some things that were a little bit different. But you will receive all of that information. Keith will be part of the Q&A session this afternoon, and you're always welcome to contact him via the inbox. So with that, we are at the point where we are preparing to break out into our breakout rooms. Now, you may have accessed the agenda that Aubrey put into the chat box for you a couple of times, and you'll notice that we're off by about 15 minutes because so much information, and sometimes just, a little bit of unpredictability about how long it will actually take putting it all together. So with that, we're fine, we're on track. What we'll do then is we are going to send you to a breakout room, and then we are going to open up the length of time in that room to extend through your lunch. So it's an opportunity, and imagine, if you will, you're in the live version of this training in a big conference center with tables set up for lunch, and you're walking around, you're taking your bio breaks, then you're coming back to the table, you're sitting with your colleagues, and you're having a conversation while you're having your lunch. So we are, our intention is to recreate that experience for you now. So as we send you into the breakout rooms, you have probably, I think, about 10 minutes before we're technically in lunch. And lunch is from 12:45 to 1:15. So what we encourage you to do is go into your breakout sessions, get comfortable, acclimated, start some conversations, and then take care of yourself. Grab your food, water, whatever you need to do to take care of you, and then come on back into your breakout room and sit and enjoy your lunch and engage with your colleagues. Reflect on the information you heard this morning, maybe gather any comments, questions, or information that you want to bring to the Q&A session. At the Q&A session, you'll have an opportunity to raise your hand, and we'll open your mic if you're more comfortable just sort of talking and dialoguing with the larger group and with our panelists that way, or posting questions in the chat box, and we'll be watching the chat box and you'll be able to address them. So again, I know even that was a lot of information. I'm going to post that information in your breakout rooms. And one last thing that I want to make sure that you hear is that once you're in your breakout room, you are free, if for whatever reason you would like to come back to the main room and go to a different breakout room. Maybe you just want to meet other participants as well. You're welcome to do that at any time. Aubrey and I will be in the main room, so at any time you can pop yourself back out there. Also, myself and a couple of my team members will be sort of floating in the breakout rooms just to make sure that you're all comfortable where you are, and making sure you don't have any questions about why are we in this breakout room. There's no deliverable that we're asking of you or anything. This is really just your time to connect with each other. Yes. With that, if all of our morning presenters will open video, I'm going to ask everyone else to turn off your video just so that we can see who is here. And so being mindful and thoughtful about the best way to do this. Let's see. And I'm going to ask my colleagues, are you able to see if people are raising their virtual hands? Or
I'm not.
You're not. Okay. So I am thinking probably the best thing to do, we'll try this, and I know that we have an awful lot of people in this session, so I'm going to offer a couple of options. One is to please post questions in the chat box, and I'm going to ask my colleagues, if you see one that you would like to address, to go ahead and open up your microphone and address the question. For those of you who prefer to talk, let's see what happens if you just unmute your microphone, identify yourself, maybe by your name and your district or program, and then ask your question, and maybe let us know who you're addressing your question to. And hopefully that makes sense. So let's give it a try. So for example, and I can start us off, I saw that Melissa posted a question. I'm going to scroll to it because it disappeared on, oh, there it is. Disappeared on me. So Melissa, if you are there and you know that you posted a question, I'm going to invite you, if you're willing, to unmute your microphone, just because everybody is chiming in with questions. So if that doesn't work, then I will invite any one of my colleagues to pick a question and respond to it at this time.
Hi, Sharon. Can you hear me?
Can, yes. Thank you.
So my question is, if a family, during these COVID times, if a family is displaced and they're moving, let's say, out of district, possibly even out of state, but they want to continue doing online learning within our district because they know they will be returning when it's face-to-face, is this something that they can do?
That is a great question. I'm going to defer to either Melinda or Keith, I think.
Sure. If they meet the eligibility for student experiencing homelessness, then yes, yeah, they could stay enrolled and do online learning. There's no restriction in that. In fact, outside of COVID, if you look at all of our guidance, the McKinney-Vento Act applies, because it's a federal act, it applies across state lines. So we do have border communities where the families actually are in a different state than the school of origin, and they're being transported back and forth. So yes, even without COVID, it does apply across state lines, and because of the uniqueness of the current situation, you could stay enrolled and do your education online. There's no restriction on that. And
Perfect.
If it's in their best interest, you would have to.
Thank you so much, Keith. Yeah, we've had several families that have moved several places, and we've kept them enrolled, and we've stayed in touch with them to make sure that they are being active in their online learning, and we haven't had any problems. So I figured I'd throw the question out there.
Yeah, absolutely. If they are having success in the remote learning, that is a perfect situation, because there's no question it is in the best interest of the student to stay enrolled.
Thank you.
And thank you, Keith. There are quite a few questions in the chat box. So I am going to ask my team, if you wouldn't mind looking through the chat box to identify questions. There's quite a few. So I'm kind of scrolling to the top of where I see them.
And while you're doing that, I'll just jump in. Catherine did an add-on for that, and it said that my understanding is that the students can stay enrolled online during the current school year, even if they have moved and are not planning to return. And that is true as well. So if they are, even if they're not planning to return during this school year, if they're having success, then it definitely would be in the best interest of the student to stay enrolled and participate online. Now, when COVID is over, and let's say it's not a border situation and the student lives 5 or 6 hours from their school of origin, then you're going to have a best interest analysis where it says, well, there's no way that they're going to be able to make a 6-hour commute every day, and therefore they should enroll in their neighborhood school.
Thank you, Keith.
I can jump in on the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, Serena has a question. Is a military family eligible for McKinney-Vento if they're living in a hotel while waiting for the spouse's official orders? That one can get a little bit tricky, and we may need more information to really answer that one accurately. Typically, military families are not eligible under McKinney because they're supposed to have specific orders in place and plans in place regarding their housing at any given time during their deployment or their service. Excuse me. But if, you know, and when we look at hotels in particular, the law says you're staying in a hotel because you have no alternative place to be. If this family has somewhere else that they can go, and it's not McKinney, there is a slight chance that it could be a McKinney-Vento situation, but it's not definite. So I think we would need more information on this particular scenario. Keith, did you have anything to add on that?
Yes, I added it in the chat box that even if they're not eligible for McKinney-Vento services, there is an interstate compact that Washington State is a part of. And so I added the link for our department that deals with that. And so there are a lot of protections for students that are moving because of military orders. And there's some of them are similar to McKinney-Vento protections, but you'll want to look at that link and see all that it entails.
Thanks. And then I'll take the next one as well. Rosie, you asked if there's a form you're required to use to enroll students in McKinney-Vento services. The answer is no. There are some sample forms that districts use that are helpful for identification and intake that we like to see districts use. But if you know you have a student who meets the criteria, they need to immediately be enrolled. There's no need for a parent signature. There's no need for a form. Get them enrolled and get them started with free meals and all of their services. And then if you need to gather information to sort of set up a system of having information or a file or whatever forms you want to use to keep track of that child once they've been identified, then you'll do that locally. But there shouldn't be any delay in enrollment and provision of service. And if a form is holding you up, then don't let it.
All right, and if there's anyone that would like to open their microphone and ask a question, feel free to do that. Otherwise, we'll just continue moving through the chat box and answering your questions that way.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, we have a family that's struggling to pay rent right now. And I know like even for like groceries, like they're just having a really hard time getting by. Like how would they qualify for McKinney-Vento, or do they like need to like actually lose their housing first before qualifying?
Keith, would you like to address that?
Sure. Melinda unmuted herself, but I'll jump ahead.
I'm sorry about that.
That's no problem. The problem with the scenario, and I do have a lot of empathy for the family involved, and that is certainly something that is happening all over right now, is that the definition in the Act talks about loss of housing. And there are some other provisions in the Act, for instance, if they don't have utilities. So if they're also having struggles with that and they don't have utilities, they don't have water or something like that, or they don't have electricity, or there's a mold infestation or something like that. There are other ways to get to it, but just struggling with paying the rent, I don't think you get there just yet. I think you have to lose the housing first, unless it's one of those other scenarios that I just talked about.
Thank you. And then is there somewhere we need to submit any of the McKinney-Vento paperwork, or do we just like update it in our school platforms? That I know like a lot of it gets like delivered to the state and it's reported that way, but I just wanted to know if there was any other avenue that we need to deliver once we identify that a student is McKinney-Vento.
Districts are required to maintain records of all of their homeless families. And so you should have some sort of organizational system within your district to keep track of which students are currently being served, when they entered, when they exited, what kind of services have been set up and so forth. So it's not just a matter of submitting data to OSPI. There's really an obligation on the part of the district to maintain some level of record keeping on your families that you're serving locally. We typically would not see them at the
record. We have that record keeping. I just wanted to make sure we weren't supposed to be submitting that paperwork as well.
You are not.
Okay, thank you.
And it looks like Tabitha had a question about disenrollment of a McKinney-Vento student.
Yeah, It's kind of the same thing as Jeanette Witzel just posted before mine. Actually, I just read. I have a situation where a student was disenrolled after not connecting for 20 days. And she is a McKinney-Vento student. And based off of what Chrissy had said, that is because she's McKinney-Vento, that is something that should not have happened. And I just would like clarification on that and where I could get the information to prove that statement. So.
Okay, Melinda, is that something that you would be able to address?
Melinda's muted.
Is Chrissy still on? Because this really would pertain to her.
I believe so.
I'm here. I was actually, Keith or Melinda, do you want to address that from a McKinney-Vento perspective? I can restate what the general guidance is for all students, if that's helpful.
Sure. And, you know, obviously under the general guidance, you don't have to disenroll any student. I mean, that is a funding issue. That's not an enrollment issue. And specifically for students experiencing homelessness, you're going to want to contact, touch base with the family. First of all absences that are caused by homelessness need to be excused anyway. But beyond that, you're going to want to touch base and see, what their plans are, what's going to happen. Because I do have districts that have contacted me after they have disenrolled the family, and it's literally, I have an example from a month ago. It was literally the next day. So we're talking about a matter of hours. They've disenrolled the student and now they're trying to get back in. And they're asking, well, can we let them back? Yeah, of course. Yes, it's the school of origin. You let them back in. So you're going to want to touch base with the families before you disenroll them.
And that's my concern, is because it's actually siblings. One's in one school, one's in another school. And they dropped the one student for the count day for the government, like the budget stuff, and then activated him again. So he's active, re-enrolled, good to go. The other school did not do that. And so this student is still disenrolled. And so I'm trying to figure out a way, because they're saying she's disenrolled until mom has to re-register her and get her active again in order to put her back into the system. And I feel like that's two different ways to go about it. So I'm trying to get understanding on how I can get the student to get enrolled again without the mom having to jump through all the hoops again.
So in this situation, it's another case where the parents, once they touch base, it's another example where they actually did not want to be disenrolled from the school. So it's like the example I talked about. I'm worried about that process that you just talked about being a barrier to keeping students that are experiencing homelessness enrolled. That's in violation of the act. So I do think that that I'm going to double down on my answer, that you have to touch base with the family experiencing homelessness and see if they want to be unenrolled before you take action.
She does. I talked to her yesterday, literally. So I just needed to know having the information now to back up what I'm saying is important. So.
Yes, I understand.
All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
This is Chrissy. I'd like to address Patricia's comment in the chat. I want to clarify that OSPI's direction does not include any specificity about how you should go about not withdrawing students. Keeping a student enrolled at 0 FTE is one strategy, one method that I've seen school districts use to accomplish that, but we are not directing school districts to do that. Again, we're just clarifying that the apportionment rules do not mean that you have to withdraw.
And thank you, Chrissy, for that clarification. And I know that was helpful.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, please.
I'm just wondering, as far as choice students go, because I serve quite a bit of unaccompanied youth who are also choice schools in an ALE school. And if I'm not able to get a hold of them and we haven't been able to do any progress for, you know, over 30 days and we literally can't get a hold of them, I guess I'm just wondering if I'm supposed to do something different than drop them, because that's what we've been doing. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly.
When you say choice, do you mean the student was experiencing homelessness before they were enrolled in the school?
Yes.
Okay. So
or it could be both, actually, in my case.
Okay. Well,
or either.
and just to split those in half, and this isn't getting to the broader question, but it is important to talk about. When you have choice students, if they're a student experiencing homelessness and they choose to go to a school, not their neighborhood school and not to the school of origin, but through a choice program, they choose to go somewhere else, then that choice school is not their school of origin. It doesn't magically become their school of origin if they're already experiencing homelessness. If a student that is housed makes a choice to go into a school and then becomes homeless, then that is their school of origin. So there are different rights. You know, they have all of the school of origin rights for the choice school if they became homeless after they were enrolled, but not if they were already experiencing homelessness before. So there may be a difference of results for that.
Got it. And just to be clear, if they pop back up, I mean, we take them right back in. It's not like,
sure,
you know, they have to go through all this process to come back in.
So I would say this definitely for the students that became homeless after they were already enrolled in your school. They have all the same school of origin rights to be enrolled. I definitely would make sure that you're following up with those families before you drop them.
Absolutely. I was just really wanting to know in the case where we literally can't make contact or all phones are disconnected, in that case, would there be different direction? Because that would really be the only case that we would drop somebody.
Yeah, I don't foresee.
Or would it be case by case?
I mean, it could be case by case depending upon how, if you've had patterns where that's happened before, maybe that's different. I do hesitate to give you a blank check to say that you can just drop them at 20 days. I think best practice, even for the students that it's not their school of origin, best practice is always going to be to follow up with the families before you do that.
So it looks like we have a lot of questions in the chat, Sharon. So how did you want us just to continue going through?
A couple of things. Yes, thank you for asking that, Melinda, because I was just looking through the chat box and thinking the same thing. One of the things I wanted to share or to just throw out there or contribute into this conversation is, you know, under typical or you know, normal circumstances, these questions are challenging because each scenario and each family circumstance or each student circumstance can be different from another's. And so there's some, like I'm seeing one of the questions, someone was asking a transportation issue about a challenge with a student who is missing the bus, and it's hard to contact the student, and then the bus comes to his house to pick him up, and then it's like they have to get the other kids to school. So how do they deal with that? And so I have the reason I'm saying this in response to what you just asked, Melinda, is because there's a couple things. One of them is I wonder how many questions similar to that can be addressed by other participants who may have been in similar situations with students and can help support a question like that, or support, in this case, it's Kayleen, who is Dean of Students, support Kayleen with addressing how they may have worked with a student in a similar situation. So one of my thoughts is, you know, to that question, for example, does another participant in this training have experience with having had that same challenge, and how did you deal with it? Like, how did you support that student in that scenario? So that's one of my ideas about how we might finish out this last 10 minutes or so of the open Q&A. The other idea is to, yes, Melinda, if you all would identify questions that you'd like to address and answer them, and you all are free to open up your microphones and answer questions. So I'm open to all of the above. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, as long as we're all engaging and diving into these questions, I think we're making a good use of our time. And with that, after the training, we'll be looking back through the chat box and some of the questions, and the goal will be to put together some sort of an FAQ to address the questions that don't get answered today. So all of the above.
So I can give a little bit of context for the transportation question quickly. If you have a student, a McKinney-Vento student, it's important to communicate to the family ahead of time what the expectations are around pickup and drop off. A lot of districts will have an agreement with families saying, if you've missed the bus this many times, then we're going to have a meeting to see if we need to set up a different system of transportation, for example. So it's okay for the bus to wait a certain amount of time, but clearly you've got other kids to deliver. And so it's really an opportunity for a conversation with the family about making sure that the student is able to catch the bus. If it's a barrier for them to get to the bus, to get to school, then it might be a conversation where you talk about best interest determinations and whether or not it's really in the student's best interest to continue with their current transportation plan or with their current enrollment. So typically you wouldn't have a district that sends an entire bus back to pick up a child that missed the bus. So I would say that that's something that you don't need to do, but you do need to communicate with the family.
Well, and I was wondering if the student was unaccompanied, and maybe that's why it's more of a challenge than it would be if they were able to reach the parents.
It'd be the same answer either way. I mean, the district is responsible for providing transportation, and if the current transportation is not working, then they need to revisit their plan.
Okay, thank you, Melinda.
Yeah.
And it looked
the
like
next question there about Title I funds cannot pay for rent or for housing or hotels. It's truly an education source only.
And Penelope, did you have additional thoughts or feedback around that?
No, actually, Melinda answered the question, and yeah, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and thank you for the question, Andrea.
I just want to briefly add to that. So there is a rolling grant opportunity through Building Changes. It's the Washington State Student and Youth Homelessness COVID-19 Response Fund. There isn't a huge amount of money available, but they are continuing to raise funds and take applications. So I'm going to put that link in the chat, and what's I think timely about this is that it can be used much more flexibly than our federal and state education dollars can. So I'll drop that link in the chat. Now, I just talked with Building Changes earlier this week. They've got about $100,000 currently still remaining in the fund, and they're expecting to get matching funds in the next couple of months.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, and that's such a thank you for reminding us about that resource. And then Catherine had a question regarding funding as well. Can you clarify the use of funds? I may have misunderstood. I thought you said that all district funds need to be spent to support McKinney-Vento students before McKinney-Vento funds can be accessed, and can you clarify that?
Yeah, if a district receives McKinney-Vento grant funding, they can use it to serve homeless students anytime within the parameters of the allowable uses of those funds. There's no waiting period. There's no distinction about finding other fund sources if you have a McKinney-Vento grant. If it's a Title I funding source, then you need to make sure that you've exhausted your other, your other resources before diving into Title I. However, a district shouldn't need to go door to door and knock on every faith community door and and set up meetings with community partners to try to scramble up money while a kid is waiting to enroll and be served in school. So if you don't have additional resources readily available, then certainly Title I. And Penelope, I'm going to ask you to dive into that.
Sure, Melinda, thank you. And usually what we tell the districts is to go back to their comprehensive needs assessment or the needs assessment for homeless set aside and look at what you have put there to make sure that you basically it is there, what you put, why are those needs there, and what are the other resources that you have. And like Melinda said, yes, you do not have to knock on doors or try to get, before you dive in, because if the need is there and you already have it prescriptive in your needs assessment, you should be fine to go ahead and dive into those funds.
Thank you, Melinda and Penelope, and thank you for the question.
Can I ask about taxis and what would be like a no-go age for sending a kid in a taxi, as our district is needing to do this year?
For taxi transportation, keep in mind that the district can use McKinney money or Title I money to transport the parent with the child if there's a concern that they don't want the child in the taxi by themselves. But there's not a specific rule about age. It's really going to be a local decision. I personally probably wouldn't want a very, very young child in a taxi by themselves. That's just me. But for some families, they just don't have any other options. And the taxi drivers should all be fully background checked. They're serving as an agent of the school district when they're providing those services, so they should have the same rigorous background checks as a yellow bus driver. But there is no indication in the law of a certain cutoff date for age.
Thanks, Melinda.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Okay, we have a couple more minutes. If anybody has an additional question they would like to open up their mic and ask.
Hi, I have a question about hours. So I'm from a smaller school district. We only have about 850 students in our district, and I'm the school counselor and the district liaison for McKinney-Vento. So I was just wondering if there's any guidance about how many hours we should be devoting to McKinney-Vento, or, I'm trying to kind of delineate that for my school district as well, to say these are my duties and this is how many hours I should be devoting to each one if, I feel like I, of course, like all of us, have too many things on our plate. So I didn't know if there was some guidance around that somewhere.
Yeah, Melinda talked earlier about capacity, and Melinda, did you have some thoughts about that question?
Yeah, and then I'm going to ask my colleagues to chime in as well. There's nothing specific in the law that gives us, particular guidance around if you have this many students in your district, you should have this many hours of liaison time. It'd be nice if we had something that was more clear, but we don't. And so typically what I recommend to folks is if they look at their need within the district, and a good way to gauge how many homeless students you may have in your district that maybe aren't identified, that you may not even know that you need to be spending time serving those families, is to look at your free and reduced rate. There's a correlation between the number of kids that are on free and reduced and the number of estimated kids that would be homeless. And so you can kind of take a temperature of what the overall need might possibly be. If you need help with that, we can do that offline, because it takes a little time to kind of parse through that information. But other than really looking at district needs and figuring out how long it's going to take you as a liaison to get the work done, it's a local decision. Unfortunately, a lot of liaisons don't have the time they need.
Thank you, Melinda, and thank you again for the question. So thank you all for engaging in this conversation and in bringing your thoughtful questions to our morning presenters. And hopefully you are feeling resourced and supported with the answers that we provided. And again, we will take a look at the chat box when we are assembling the materials to send to you after the training. and include some of the answers to questions that did not get addressed during our Q&A session today, or during this one. There'll be another one following in a little bit for presenters who we are about to hear from. In the meantime, we're going to transition. Elmo's going to support us with a little bit of transitional information. So we'll watch the video and then we'll come right back.
Elmo's so happy to see you. Oh, Elmo and Elmo's friends on Sesame Street are thinking about everybody out there who's having a hard time. Yeah, you know, Elmo heard that sometimes families don't have a place to live and they don't feel safe. Boy, that makes Elmo feel sad. But Elmo's daddy told Elmo that when kids don't have a home, schools can be a good and safe place for them, just like a home. Boy, Elmo loves school because it helps kids and monsters grow healthy and smart. Yeah. Elmo's daddy also told Elmo that there are grown-ups who can help make sure all kids get to go to school every day. Oh, and their parents can ask those grown-ups for help. Elmo's sending everybody hugs because Elmo knows that hugs help. Oh, and kisses too. Mwah, mwah. Elmo loves you. Bye-bye.
And thank you, Elmo, for that reminder. That is a Schoolhouse Connection production. They offer various public service announcements on their website that you can access in support of the work that you do. And also he's reminding us that, you know, you being a warm voice on the other end of the phone or of the computer screen is sometimes, you know, the best remedy for beginning to do the work of supporting students and families when they find themselves facing homelessness. So with that, we are going to now transition into our afternoon panelist presentation and resources. So this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for you to really receive overview information about some of the wraparound holistic services that are available to you and the students and families that you serve. They too will participate in a question and answer session or section following the collective presentation. So feel free to put your questions in the chat box and feel free to ask them as they will be, all of our presenters this afternoon will be available for this afternoon's Q&A. So we are going to start our panel presentations this afternoon with Anne Gray from OSPI. She will be talking about the Behavioral Health Navigator. Anne, welcome to the conversation and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Sharon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anne Gray and I am the Program Supervisor for Behavioral Health and Suicide Prevention at OSPI. And I first want to echo, I think it was Cam that put in the chat how nice it was to see Elmo. My children are way grown and I haven't seen Elmo for a long time. So that was very sweet. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about one aspect of my role at OSPI, which is I provide the guidance, oversight, support for the Behavioral Health Navigator initiative. And basically, I'm going to start with a little background so that you know who they are, where they are, and most importantly, what services they can provide specifically for our most vulnerable populations as they need as we address the needs that they have in accessing behavioral health care. Slide, please. So this is our vision, mission, and values, which we always include in our presentation slides. Slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start with the pilot project background. Slide, please. So brief history, just so you know how this work began, where it came from, and how we landed where we are today. The Children's Behavioral Health Work Group was formed back in 2016 by legislature. Legislature was tasked with identifying barriers to children's behavioral health services. So the recommendations included strategies for improving access and coordination in early learning, K-12 education, and healthcare systems. And one of the recommendations, which is what we're going to be talking about today, created the OSPI Children's Regional Behavioral Health Pilot Project. And there's the authorizing legislation. And we've also, the next bullet is the link. If you feel so inclined to look at a very lengthy legislative report regarding the pilot learnings, which resulted in positions being established in all 9 ESDs across the state in House Bill 1216, and that falls under school safety and student well-being. And these positions were funded in 2020. Slide, please. So who are they? What are they? What are their services? So the goal of the pilot project leading to the positions was to increase equitable access to behavioral health care and services for students in need through state and regional cross-system collaborations with schools and communities. So in plain language, what really this is talking about is the goal was to eliminate barriers between education and healthcare, and to create systems that facilitate access and, most importantly, equitable access for all students to behavioral health care. We know that, we've known for many, many years that there's a disconnect between behavioral health care, addressing students' mental health needs, and education. So this was the goal. Purpose: to investigate what are the benefits of a dedicated staff person whose priority is to focus on networking with partners and K-12 school districts, again, to coordinate those behavioral health services for our students and families who are eligible for Medicaid. Now that's specific to the pilot, so I'll be highlighting that a little more in my time, but the pilot program did focus on Medicaid eligible students. Slide, please. So the role of the Navigator: who are these people? What do they do? Most importantly, especially for your work in schools and districts, is the Navigator is not a direct service provider. Rather, the Navigator designs their approach to the work using the following guiding principles. They work to facilitate the coordination of behavioral health resources, supports, service providers, school districts, and communities within their ESD region. Remember, I mentioned earlier that there is one in each ESD region. So they work very specifically with the coordination of all of the different resources that ranges from, sorry, dog in the background, that ranges from state agencies, MCOs, community-based organizations, districts, nonprofits, all within that ESD region, who can facilitate making sure students and families have access to these resources. Facilitation of partnerships: I pretty much just described that across the multiple systems of behavioral health care services and supports for children and families throughout the state. Next slide, please. They're also tasked, another piece of their work is ensuring adequacy of systems level supports for students in need of behavioral health services through the integration of various service delivery models appropriate for the school setting. And again, this is that navigation piece of breaking down barriers as we look at the needs of a specific child and or their families, and who do we need to be in touch with, what agencies, what community providers do we need to be talking with, inviting to student support meetings, IEP meetings, just getting the right people at the table, having those conversations, and integrating services so that we have that appropriate service model for the child. They do intense collaboration, the Navigators, with their ESDs, across their ESDs. They work closely with OSPI, primarily with myself. I work very directly and very frequently with them. I'll be talking a little bit about that in a minute. They collaborate, obviously, daily with school districts, schools, the community partners in their region, and other stakeholders to increase, again, that access to behavioral health care services and supports for our students and families. Next slide, please. So the pilot project, this is an important piece. The pilot project recommended that each navigator spend, and there were in the pilot project, there were 2 navigators in ESD 101 and 114, 13. And the pilot project recommended that these 2 pilot navigators spend the first months engaging in data collection. And what this looked like was an in-person interview with each district in the region. Helpful and appropriate, it was helpful and appropriate, and they were guided to include a variety of school and district staff as available. Frequently in the pilot program, they interviewed superintendents, occasionally principals, frequently also student support coordinators, and occasionally counselors, business managers, Title I directors. You know, it had quite a bit of variance. Generally speaking, in smaller districts, they interviewed the superintendents. So the purpose of the interviews, giving the navigator formal introduction to the district, for the district to understand who they are, what services they could offer, their supports, etc. Create the opportunity to foster the relationship needed for outreach and implementation. So furthermore, within the pilot, it allowed the navigator to complete a full assessment of the unique conditions in the region related to the ESD school districts and the healthcare system. So again, in plain language, really what the purpose of the interviews, and our 9 navigators are embarking on these interviews as we speak with the districts in their regions, is to gather data. What's missing? What supports can we provide? How can we break down barriers of services? You know, how difficult is it for you to access behavioral health services in your community? What supports do your counselors and your social workers, psychologists in your buildings need? So those are some, you know, examples of a very detailed interview tool that the current navigators will be using that was actually developed during the pilot project. Next slide, please. So implementation, that is where we are right now. I know I went through that history really, really quickly, but I wanted to spend most of my time on who they are and what they are doing currently. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there is a navigator in every ESD. We at OSPI, we provide the state level leadership. We facilitate collaborative support of our ESDs in performing the following functions. And these are the navigator function, the ESD/navigator functions. Initially, the ESDs were tasked with hiring or assigning a lead behavioral health navigator in each region. Designing a program that aligns with guidance from OSPI's Behavioral Health Playbook, which was developed during the pilot. It is a has step-by-step instructions on developing a plan for addressing needs and gaps of the region's behavioral health system, ESD's engagement within the system, and each school district's ability to meet student need. Next slide, please. Continuing on, they are tasked with developing positive relationships, really, really important. I will admit that this has been challenging for the team in COVID to develop those relationships, of course, as we're all doing from the virtual perspective. Getting, you know, the relationship is key in gathering and conveying information. And again, that's a critical piece in breaking down the barriers, establishing rapport relationships. So we can have, you know, they can have difficult, hard conversations and again, arrive at the best possible result for our students and families. They're utilized as a consistent resource regarding behavioral health and suicide prevention. All of the navigators engage in suicide prevention trainings. They're all taking the lead actually in their ESDs with the development and implementation of suicide prevention courses and trainings within the regions. The navigator is the regional liaison, advocate for school districts in facilitating partnerships, coordinating systems of health service, and this is all referenced in the OSPI Behavioral Health Navigator Playbook. And when we get to resources, I'll be sure and let you know where you can access that playbook and other resources I've mentioned today. And last but not least, the navigators are providing leadership at the ESD level. Again, as I mentioned, in suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention for all school districts within their region. And this includes technical assistance and support for policy and procedure development. Next slide, please. So we meet monthly, and that when I say we, myself and the team of navigators, we frequently, we do a lot of different things in these meetings, and the purpose of them is to collaborate, really, to collaborate, coordinate, make sure that we are aligning with the programming, which is outlined in the playbook, that we have shared strategic goals amongst the 9 ESDs. We're actually working on that right now. We ensure cross-networking, sharing of information. We also do weekly check-ins. And the reason we do weekly check-ins, aside from our agenda-based monthly meetings, that is where we do the informal PLC type work, where we're sharing what's happening in each region, what each navigator is engaging with. Challenges, they share challenges, they share successes. We do a lot of sharing of resources. We invite individuals to come to both weekly and monthly meetings. We frequently have our colleagues at the Healthcare Authority come in talking about provider access, Medicaid, Department of Health as well. We are doing collaborative work with Forefront in schools, Forefront Suicide Prevention out of the University of Washington, and they are frequently a part of our meetings as well. I think I've pretty much covered that slide. Basically, again, it's the purpose of the meetings are just to continue the leadership, sharing of the expertise within our state, and build capacity. Next slide, sorry. And these meetings are facilitated by OSPI. Okay, so a lot of information really, really quickly. So I'm gonna talk just about a little more informally about who they are and what they do. So behavioral health, here they are. This is who they are, and you will have access to the slide decks. And this is also posted on the suicide prevention webpage, which you'll be receiving a link for that as well. So you can just look at the region, the names, and the contact information. So they are available. They are a tremendous resource. They are wonderful people who are absolutely dedicated to this work of, connecting behavioral health and education. Next slide. So this is just a graphic that shares the crisis lines by county. This is also available on the suicide prevention webpage, and you've more than likely seen this in other presentations, but basically it's just kind of has all those numbers in one place, as well as crisis lines. So I wanted to include that. And then next slide. So this looks like not a whole lot of resources. However, embedded in primarily the second bullet where it says behavioral health supports and resources is a listing of, I believe, 25 to 30 different resources that you can access for educators, for families, for caregivers, and students as well. So that is comprehensive. Also, the first bullet is the Youth Suicide Prevention Intervention webpage, which I mentioned, which has a great deal of information about different screenings. There's a model template for suicide prevention plan, which is required by RCW. Each district is required to have a recognition response plan, inclusive of prevention, intervention, and postvention. And then I've also included resources to support student well-being and school safety. My position is part of a larger team, which is called Student Support and Wellbeing. And that includes our program supervisor who works with threat assessment as well as the School Safety Center. I've also linked the CEL webpage, Social Emotional Learning. And last but not least, I wanted you to be aware of CARE. CARE is confident action and referral by educators. And what this is, it is a Moodle that is accessible on the suicide prevention webpage. If you access it, be patient and scroll all the way almost to the bottom and you will see CARE, and it will give you instructions to access the Moodle. And this course can be taken individually, it can be taken in a small group, and essentially it provides in-depth strategies around working with students experiencing emotional distress. And what that leads to, of course, when you're looking at strategies and supporting students experiencing emotional distress, you're looking at strategies for prevention. So it touches on prevention, gets in a little bit into intervention and postvention. And since I'm looking at time, I think I have enough time to highlight just a little bit about the work of the navigators around suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention. Our work with Forefront out of the UW-Washington is a piece of work where we're really working on developing, oh, am I done? Sharon just popped in a chat. Okay, hopefully I can answer some questions around this piece of work with Forefront that's really essential during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, and I thank you for that presentation and the information, and I'm sorry about that, about the tap on the shoulder, but I'm really excited that you will be joining us for the Q&A and looking forward to you being able to elaborate a little more on some of that information. So
absolutely, thank you, Sharon.
And with that, we will transition our next presenters. And I do want to, before I introduce them, would like to just, as for all of you, as a reminder, to please stay logged in. And even after our panelists have all presented, we'll be taking a 15-minute break before coming back for the Q&A. Please stay logged in so that we can take attendance again. Okay, so just wanted to put that disclaimer out there. And with that, I would like to excitedly welcome our school counseling and school social work team. Megan LaPalme, Kim Rakedahl, and Liz Nelson. Welcome.
Thank you, Sharon. You can go ahead and advance the slide for me, Aubrey, that'd be great. So very, very excited to be here with you today in partnership with two sister professions of school counseling and school social work, working in tandem to support all the incredible things that we know you all are doing to support our students experiencing homelessness, especially this year. We know that this is a huge team effort and really appreciate being invited into this space with you all. So I am Kim Rakedahl. I do supervise the secondary side of school counseling and have two colleagues here who are also going to say hello.
Hi, I'm Megan LaPalme, and I work alongside Kim at OSPI supporting elementary school counseling.
And I'm Liz Nelson. I don't work at OSPI, but I'm the president of the Washington Association of School Counselors, school social workers. I'm thinking about my counselor colleagues because we do collaborate quite a bit, especially this year. It's been a great partnership. I'm excited to be here with them today.
Wonderful. Thanks, Liz and Megan. Next slide, please, Aubrey. So we want to just share a little bit of context for our McKinney-Vento partners and others on the call around the way in which school counselors and school social workers function in school systems. And so you'll see the three domains that school counselors typically are tasked with supporting are the academic, career and college, and social emotional realms. And usually when I talk about the best practices, I put a visual in people's heads of those as a three-tiered stool. And obviously a stool with three legs doesn't function well if one of the legs is shorter than the others. It gets pretty wobbly. So I want to just encourage us to be thinking about that as we are looking at how high right now the mental health and social emotional needs of our students are, but they also obviously, as you guys know, still need that academic support and really that hope for the future. I've got a freshman and a junior right now, and my junior in particular is really struggling with what is the future look like for him since he's closer to being done with our system. And so I want us to keep that in context as we're thinking about how to support students who are experiencing homelessness. Obviously, their views of the future may be even more impaired than our students who aren't. And so those three areas are where you'll see school counselors trying to function. But we know that mental health piece is super huge and top of mind right now. We also talk about a tiered model of supports, and many of you on this call tend to work with our students who are in need of that more tier 2 or tier 3 level support. Sometimes that all hands on deck, wraparound services and team approach is really what's needed. And that's part of what's great about us being here with you today, is that reminder that all of us are here to work together in support of these students and in support of each other. Because really, I know a lot of us are struggling with how to help these families. And the more we can connect with our colleagues and brainstorm together, I find anyway that I get way better ideas from working with people who are in that similar space with me than I do trying to figure it all out by myself. And I've seen some things in the chat, you know, folks who are the only school counselor in their district. Obviously, we need to be there to support each other. So really thinking about that tiered model of supports and what are we doing for all students, but obviously this team is really about those kids who need more help. And then go ahead, Aubrey, and click through that last one for me there, if you would please, just to get that visual, because that's how I learn best. Our ideas around how are we really personalizing our outreach and supports to each and every student in this system of tiered interventions. Where can we find those best practices? And it was so nice to hear Anne sharing all the great work that she's been doing with the behavioral health navigators. And I know Megan's going to share more with you about the behavioral health toolkit and all these ways in which we've got these resources and supports here, so we can really think about each family and what is it that they need. So really happy to have that time to share that. Next slide, please.
All right, so here I wanted to talk a little bit more about the context of the tiered support. So thinking about for school counseling specifically, we're looking at a lot of universal prevention and education efforts, and that often looks like just knowing all the students on your caseload. So that makes school counselors a really great connection if you aren't one already. If you're a district person or if you're looking for connections within the buildings, oftentimes school counselors know everyone, or at least everyone that's on their caseload. So that gives them the chance to recognize changes in behavior, family situations, academics, attendance, makes them a hub for resources and referral connections. And they have the chance to collaborate with all the school staff in service of students. So looking more at like the targeted level, so sort of tier 2, there's a lot of groups that are going on often in schools around behavioral needs, sometimes in collaboration with our school social work partners or clinical social workers that are from the community. There's a lot of resources and referrals going out for known student and family needs, and conferencing with families and students, kind of in that more targeted. There's fewer students engaged in that kind of work. And for tier 3, looking at collaborative service, like Kim talked about, wraparound services, connecting with others, connecting with their service providers and referrals, and providing services individually as appropriate. Sometimes some things that we're asked to do aren't exactly in our training, so we need those connections to help our kiddos. And then again, that hub for connection between mental, social, and emotional health and academic services. Go to the next one, Aubrey. So just due to COVID, there have been some changes that we've heard about, and we don't know everything that's going on in every district. So we're looking at, or we're hearing about some moves from the universal curriculum in classrooms and coping resources, kind of handing that over to classroom educators platforms in collaboration, of course. And electronic connections and referrals to in-school and community-based resources. And that can look like sometimes telehealth in those community-based resources. electronic platforms for high school and beyond planning. So some of those things that we did in person with students, they've gone fully online and electronic, using a lot of electronic tools to assess needs and triage and refer. And sometimes that's a data dashboard, or using, you know, Google Forms and surveying folks. And using Zoom for groups, if that's allowed by district policy. We've heard some kind of both sides of that, where some people are jumping on that train and some folks are not allowed to. And same for individual meetings by Zoom and phone, if those are allowed. So I'll turn it over to Liz now to talk about school social work.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide, please. So yeah, go ahead with all that text. So as I said, I'm the president of the Washington Association of School Social Workers, which is a much smaller population than school counselors in the state. And I'm fortunate in my district to work alongside my great counselor colleagues, but that may not be the case around the state. You may see school social workers in a lot of different roles. And I saw many of the names in the chat who I know to be school social workers, who are clearly McKinney-Vento coordinators or the main person in your building. So shout out to you guys. This is a little bit about us. Social workers, as you probably know, are trained mental health professionals, and school social workers have an ESA certification like the other related services in our state. We provide services related to a person's social, emotional, and life adjustment to school and society. We strive to be the link between home, school, and community, and providing services to students, families, and school personnel. So we really focus on relationships and a broader picture of how can we connect families, how can we make them a part of the school, and be that link between in terms of engagement, which is a big part of what we're doing right now. So that's really a passion for us, is working on engagement. So we're where we need to be right now. And we also promote and support students' academic and social success. So the little graphic over there to the side is from the National School Social Worker Association, and the website is there. As social workers, we focus on collaboration, not only with families, but with our school partners. And we get our shot in the arm from collaborating with each other. So I always encourage social workers to go to our national and state organizations to find each other, put our heads together, and talk about what we do and how we can do it better. Okay, next slide, please. So here's more about what we typically do. We provide evidence-based education, behavior, and mental health services through multi-tiered programs and practices, both prevention and intervention. We monitor progress and evaluate service effectiveness. We promote a school climate and culture conducive to student learning and teaching excellence. We promote effective school policies and administrative procedures. And this is a big passion of ours always, but now in terms of racial injustices that are right in front of us, we want to focus on how can we make the school system more responsive to all students, not only to homeless students, but to students who are typically marginalized. So that's something that we're really passionate about. We want to enhance professional capacity of school personnel. So really focusing on how can school personnel be trained, be mindful, be compassionate to serve all students. And we facilitate engagement between student, family, school, and community. And we work to maximize access to school-based and community-based resources. Our training prepares us to be navigators, and we do a lot of that in our positions. We promote a continuum of resources. We work to mobilize resources and promote assets, and we provide leadership and interdisciplinary collaboration, systems coordination, and professional consultation. So next slide, please. So for us, changes due to COVID are probably very similar to what you saw with school counselors. We need to really think outside the box, really trying to be flexible as we provide a continuum of services within the school. We are working on promoting school policies that promote inclusion and equity. We promote increased staff capacity and collaboration. We mobilize new resources, strengthening partnerships with community agencies. So really being out there, making contacts, trying to find everybody in the community that we can to mobilize as a partnership for the students we serve. And we're finding there's a greater need to facilitate engagement between students, families, the school, and the community, which is what's been said all day. And I saw much of that in the chat about it's harder right now to contact families, to be in touch with them, to have them be engaged with school. So we're really wanting to focus on that part as social workers. And let me just say also that a big need right now is workforce resilience and workforce wellness, and focusing on how can we make sure that we're supporting our workforce, listening to their needs, and providing support and resources for them. Okay, next slide. I think this is over to you, Megan.
Yeah, so I love, Liz, that you're highlighting this collaboration. I really feel like all of this comes together when you have a team, and whoever you have to put on your team, it really helps. But it's really every district and school building system is different. So when you're thinking about, you know, if you're a district person, each school building that you're going to may operate differently in how you access the resources they have, and in each building, you know how your system works. It's worth your time to get to know how the schools work and who your best contacts will be. I'm sorry, it's my dog's like playtime. She's going crazy. Set up meetings and introduce yourself if you're a new liaison. I think that that's so helpful to understand who people are and where your best points of contact are. And the more that all staff know about McKinney-Vento, the more they'll be able to connect students and families to you. School counselors and social workers have unique roles in their schools, and they serve students differently from other staff. So they have different perspectives on their needs. And I think that's really valuable for us on the phone or on the call that are in those roles, to kind of remember that about ourselves, that we have that special role and special perspective about students' needs. But it really helps be a key partner in connecting students and families to resources. And of course, when we work together, we have the greatest impact. So, our next slide's really quick, just to say thank you. We have two resources, really quick, just about the role of the school counselor and the school social worker. Those are both on the OSPI website. That you can access anytime. So just appreciate you being here and appreciate the time to come and share.
Thank you so much, Megan, Kim, and Liz, and Anne. It's just been an awesome, holistic resource for participants, and I can say I'm learning a lot as well, just from hearing what you all are presenting. There was a lot of activity earlier in the chat around the need for mental health support for our students and leveraging those resources, and so it's invaluable that you are all here with us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And so we are going to move now to our next presenter, which is Emily Stoschel from ANEW, and she is going to talk about, well, I'm going to let her introduce herself and share with you what she is going to be talking about today. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you, Sharon. Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Stochel with ANEW, and I manage the Passport to Apprenticeship program, which is an expansion of the Passport to Careers program, which you might be familiar with. So I just wanted to spend a few minutes to talk about supporting students with career planning and then resources after high school. So if you could go to the next slide, that'd be great. Thank you. So this is sort of the process that I go through with students. First, we do sort of a career and skills assessment. And I know that at high schools, they have the high school and beyond planning and everything, but I like to do one independently too and just see like what aligns with the high school planning and the career tests and stuff that we do. So then we review the relevant career paths. We go on apprenticeship and job site tours to really contextualize what that job will look like and what it will be like on a day-to-day basis, what the tasks involve, all of that stuff. And then from there, we narrow down options to round 3. And then after that, explore ways to become successful in those fields and make a 5-year plan. So that could look different depending on the career path chosen. With some jobs and some careers, you don't need higher education. And then with others you do, but you don't necessarily need college. For example, there are apprenticeship options which are post-secondary education. So it just depends on what a student is interested in. Next slide, please. Awesome, thank you. So first of all, what is an apprenticeship? An apprenticeship is sort of an earn while you learn model is what we call it. And basically instead of like college where you pay to, you pay money to learn, you're actually getting paid to learn and you're doing hands-on skill work. So typically in college, it's more like 80% classroom work and then 20% hands-on, whereas with apprenticeship, it's flipped. So it typically is 80% hands-on learning and 20% in the classroom. In a lot of apprenticeship settings, it is typically heavy on math, but it's taught in a much more hands-on way than like traditionally at colleges. And apprenticeships takes academic and technical courses and applies skills learned on the job. So one thing about apprenticeships too is that in the state recognized apprenticeship programs, you actually have a mentor called a journey worker that teaches you all of these skills on either a 2-to-1 or 1-to-1 level. So it's really helpful for people who focus better in like small groups or one-on-one, and then also just learning that and having someone consistently there to work with you and demonstrate and do all those things with you. And then I did include a link, but I think for the sake of time, I'll move forward for now, and then we'll be sending this information out too. So we'll go to the next slide. Perfect, thank you. So I'm curious, does anyone have a guess how many apprenticeship programs there are in Washington? I'll look out in the chat too, see if anyone knows. Okay, I'm not seeing anything quite yet. So I will say there are about 180. I saw a guess for, okay, cool, a few guesses in the chat. Some of you guys are close. Perfect. Yeah, there's about 180 that are state recognized and eligible for Passport to Apprenticeship. And 85% of them are in the construction realm. The other 15% vary from healthcare to IT to millwright. There's all sorts of different categories. And I have a database of all of those state recognized apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships. So if you ever have students that are interested in a specific thing and want to know if there's an apprenticeship in that category, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll put in my contact info in the chat after this as well. But these are the main ones here on the screen that I hear students expressing interest in. And yeah, I'll go to the next slide now. Perfect. So construction, like I said, is about 85% of the apprenticeships that we have in Washington. And right now, these are the starting wages for the first year. So right after someone completes high school, they can go into union apprenticeships and make these wages. And then union apprenticeships can be great too, because they have that baseline wage, but also with any state registered apprenticeship program, you get raises every 6 months. And then also with the union apprenticeships, you get pensions and benefits and stuff like that. So one thing we talk about, of course, is no college debt. I have a slide too that I'll send when we send information out, but it sort of just compares some of the colleges and the expenses of that, and sort of lines it up with the apprenticeships and what that looks like, and even the curriculum. So you can sort of see what you'd be learning in college and what you'd be paying for and everything, and then versus an apprenticeship being paid that money and learning some of the similar things. But again, apprenticeships aren't for everyone, college isn't for everyone, so it just depends on what, like a student is interested in, and if, they're wanting to make more money or wanting to go a certain career path or get a certain degree. And then I'll go to the next slide from here, please. Thank you. You know what, this chart is actually outdated. I've just received sort of feedback on this, so I'm gonna send out an email with an updated chart. So I'll just actually go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So here's one of my slides that in better detail sort of describes the difference of the cost between college and apprenticeship. So for example, for 1 year of college classes at UW, which is obviously one of the most popular schools in Washington, that'd be about $26,000. And then if you decided to do the IT apprenticeship, so computer science through Apprenti, you'd actually make $45,000. And that program is actually only a year long, so you would get your certification and everything after that 1 year. And part of the process too is connecting with future opportunities and like career options past just the apprenticeship, so that you keep moving forward and continue to like progress in your career. So yeah, next slide, please. Thank you. So Passport to Apprenticeship. So Passport to Apprenticeship is a scholarship available to McKinney-Vento and homeless and foster youth. And these are the specific eligibility criteria. I will say there have been a lot of changes that have been made to this program in the last year, and this is the most specific it has ever been. It just became this way with COVID because our funders wanted to spend more money to support folks through COVID, but we're hoping that it will be more accessible to more people after. Before COVID, we were able to serve folks ages 13 to 26, and now they have to enroll between 18 to 20. That being said, like I mentioned, we are hoping that it will go back to that old age range. So keep us in mind, and we'll be sending out more information as things change. But even if you don't have students that are eligible now, or even graduates that might be eligible, or maybe just missing that barrier of being eligible, definitely feel free to refer us students and reach out with any questions, and we'll try and keep everyone posted if things change. I know it is a really specific one, but one thing you can do is educate your students about this for when they do graduate, or they're nearing graduation, and just making sure they know about this resource. One of the big goals that we have is just making sure that students have all of the information possible to make whatever like decision is right for them. We just want them to make educated decisions and really just do what's best for them going forward. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are some things that we can help with. For those of you not that aware of how like apprenticeships and unions work, there are union dues and sometimes tuition, things like that. So we are able to help out with union dues, initiation fees, all of these other things, like hygiene cards. We just get like a $40 Fred Meyer card so that folks can get like deodorant and shampoo, conditioner, that sort of thing. A lot of our students actually don't come with having phones. That's something that we can help out with, including the phone bills, any like emergency services, work tools and clothing can also get expensive. We can also help with that. And then funds are distributed on an as-needed basis, so there isn't a set amount that each student automatically just gets. Basically, I'm in touch with the students, and when they need something, we either like send them a voucher so that they can get what they need, or like a gift card, stuff like that. But they do have to be in touch with me about that so that I know what to provide them with. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just a quick explanation of the differences between Passport to College and Passport to Apprenticeship. So this is all under the Passport to Careers umbrella. I know it's a little bit confusing, but basically Pathway 1 is college, Pathway 2 is apprenticeship. For Passport to College, that's really for students who are very sure they want to go to college. Mine, Passport to Apprenticeship, is more focused on career exploration. So even if you have students who are maybe leaning more towards college, but they just want to know their options, feel free to send them to me. I'm happy to walk through what those options are and make a pro-con list with them, and go through that planning stage of choosing that career and going through the options. So that's always something that you can go through. And then a student can't be enrolled both in Passport to College and Passport to Apprenticeship at the same time, but they can do one after the other. So for example, if a student decided like they want to try college and it just wasn't working for them and they wanted to unenroll and try an apprenticeship, they could always do that, and they would just unenroll from Passport to College and then enroll right into Passport to Apprenticeship. Yeah, next slide, please. Thank you. I noticed some questions in the chat. I just wanted to get through all the information first so that I can get to everyone's questions. So let me see. I see a comment. Let's see.
Actually,
it looks like
Emily, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. We're going to have a Q&A session after all the presenters have had an opportunity to present. And we would love for our participants to bring those questions to that session where you would be there to answer their questions. And that would be awesome.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and I will put my email in the chat right now too. So I guess I will, yeah, I'll be at the Q&A session.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Emily. And then I see your social media information posted here, which is wonderful. Please, everyone, take advantage of being able to access that information now. And then we are going to, and thank you so much for being here. We're going to move into our next presentation, which we will have our next presentation. We're going to move into our break. We're going to come back for our final presentation for the afternoon, and then we will move into our Q&A session, our afternoon Q&A session. So our next presenters are from 21st Century Community Learning Center program. We have Heidi Schultz and Kayla Stewart from here at OSPI. Welcome, Heidi and Kayla.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everybody, for having us today. I'm Heidi Schultz. I work at OSPI, and I'm the 21st Century Community Learning Center program. And then we also have Kayla.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kayla Stewart. I'm the program specialist for 21st Century.
Thanks. Next slide, Aubrey. Just to get a little bit of background information about the 21st Century program, we're a federally funded program authorized under Title 4B of the Federal Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, as administered by the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. We receive approximately $19 million annually to support the creation of community learning centers that provide academic enrichment opportunities during non-school hours for children, youth, and families who attend high poverty and low performing schools. Currently, 21st Century programs serve over 15,000 students and more than 5,000 adults per year. Next slide, please. The goals of a 21st Century Learning, a 21st Century Community Learning Center program, or CCLC for short, is to establish centers that provide opportunities for academic enrichment, particularly students who attend low-performing schools, to meet the challenging state academic standards, to offer students a broad array of additional services, programs, and activities, such as youth development activities that align with the regular academic program and needs of participating students. To offer students served by community learning centers opportunities for active and meaningful engagement in their children's education, including opportunities for literacy and related educational development. It's also to offer high quality, expanded learning opportunities that lead to positive outcomes for participants and meet the proposed purpose and requirements for program implementation. Next slide, please. To be eligible for a grant, it's LEAs or school districts, community-based organizations, Indian tribe or tribal organization, another public or private entity, or a consortium of 2 or more such agencies or organizations. So there is lots of opportunity for different types of entities to be eligible to apply for a 21st century grant with a partnership. That's a big piece of this program, is having a partner. So there has to be a school district involved with a designated high poverty school that are Part A Title I eligible or serving. So at least 40% higher in free and reduced lunch price rates. And then also a community partner or a community organization applying together. The grants are for up to 5 years. They're awarded 1 year at a time. Dependent on federal funding and program performance, they continue to be awarded up to that 5th year. And no grant is less than $100,000, and no grant will exceed $500,000 per year. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of our student demographics and characteristics of the programs that we serve here in Washington. This is the most recent data that we have from 2018-2019 school year. This is really small on my screen, hold on. So students engaged for 1 year only is that middle column, and then the last column is students engaged for multiple consecutive years. And it's also something to consider that 21st Century is not what we would call a drop-in program, but more of a program where we want to retain and recruit the same students over a longer period of time, which has been shown to show better outcomes. And when we say better outcomes, we mean better regular school day attendance, better grades, behavior, all those kind of extra things that need some of those wraparound supports that some before and after school programs may have the capacity to offer. So this data is broken down by race and ethnicity as far as the students that are being served. We highlighted here the homeless population of students that we're serving, which you can see isn't really a great number, but they are engaging some of those students as well. Next slide, please, and I'll turn it over to Kayla.
Thank you, Heidi. So this is our map from 2019-2020 school year. We had 45 grantees and 114 sites. This year, we currently have 43 grantees and 108 sites. We're in our cohort 17 competition currently, and we will be awarding new grantees in January. This map, the pins are differentiated by color and by grade band. So that seafoam green or whatever green you want to call it is all grades. There's middle grades for red and blue for elementary, and then multiple grades bands is kind of that, I guess, green, yellow, I don't know what color you would call that. But we're missing, as you can see on the map, some counties don't have a program. So that was a priority for this year's competition, is awarding priority funding points to those who are not currently being served by a 21st Century grant. And so we're excited to see who comes through for this next competition. Next slide, please, Aubrey. In order to participate for 21st Century, 21st Century is invested in providing high quality programs to our youth through a quality improvement process. According to our statewide evaluation, 21st Century programs may show a correlation in improved SEL skills and increased student growth in math and reading. Most programs consistently adopt policies and practices supportive of family engagement by addressing barriers to participation and building linkages with family and the community. Next slide, please, Aubrey. In order to access 21st Century services, first you will need to locate a 21st Century program within your district that serves the same grade levels of the unsheltered students. You can also look at our website that features the map that we just showed For more information about out-of-school time resources, partners, and grant competition information. And finally, you can contact us, Heidi and I, as well as Brian, our administrative assistant at OSPI for further information. And just speaking from a direct service perspective, prior to coming to OSPI, I was an after-school coordinator at 2 Title I elementary schools in Tacoma, Washington, and I had the privilege of working with a few McKinney-Vento students that I knew of, and one foster care student in particular. And so hopefully the goal of all after-school directors is to keep those students in our programs as a place of consistency and safety. That was something that was always fun, having those students in program. They definitely challenged me sometimes, but they were also my favorite kiddos to work with. Next slide, please, Aubrey. And just our final slide for today, adapted services during COVID-19. So we're allowing maximum flexibility. We're decreasing some of the programmatic requirements. Obviously, we want our programs, our directors to focus on the youth and the kids first versus looking at programmatic requirements that are typically required of them. Programs are being creative, delivering meals, making phone calls, engaging in virtual programming, mailing activities home, and meeting in small groups. We've had a few of our program directors give us an inside glimpse into how they're doing this, and a few of them have told us that they're doing like front lawn visits and meeting with students on the sidewalk, those sorts of things. So it's been really cool to learn about that. 21st Century staff are also meeting monthly with program directors to give updates and build community amongst staff. Those meetings have been over Zoom, and they've been really great for us, not just to see each other's faces, but to share resources and information during this time. And through a technical assistance provider, youth development coaches will be facilitating professional learning community meetings with program directors and frontline staff members. And that is it for us. Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi and Kayla, for your presentation. Wonderful program. Saw some activity happening in the chat box from people who have experienced 21st century community programs, and we're really excited to see representation today. So thank you both for being here. So I know that I said we would go ahead and break before our final presenters this afternoon presented. However, Kayla and Heidi kind of made up for some time. So we ended a little earlier than I had anticipated. So we can either go ahead and go to break a little early and come back a little earlier than we projected, or we can move forward with our final presentation for the day before taking our break. And I guess what I would like to do is check in with our team who is going to be our next presenters, Anissa and Heidi, to see, sort of take your temperature and see if you would like to go ahead and present now. Sorry to put you on the spot like that.
Hi, Sharon.
Yes, hi.
Nicole and I are flexible and can go now.
Okay, why don't we, since we're just back on track with our schedule, so why don't we go ahead and have you guys present now, and then we will take our break. So welcome to the conversation, and we're happy to have you today.
Great, thank you, Sharon. Hi, everybody. I'm Anissa Sherritt, ALE, or Alternative Learning Experience Program Manager. And I'm going to let Nicole introduce herself.
Happy Wednesday. I am Nicole Gonzalez, and I am the Online Learning Program Manager.
And we just want to thank you for letting us be a part of the panel today and share some information on educational options in our state, and how the two program areas that we oversee fit into that. We know that many of you on the call today might have varying degrees of knowledge about ALE and online learning. So we're gonna give kind of a high level overview, but we are also happy to answer specific questions either in the chat or during the Q&A panel as questions arise. All right, so we are ready, Aubrey, for next slide. Thank you. So as you can see, our state has quite a few different types of educational options available to students. Options such as your neighborhood high school or elementary school, different types of alternative schools. We have work-based learning options, Running Start, programs such as Open Doors or Youth Re-Engagement are all examples of some of the different educational options that we have. ALE and online learning are two small slices of those options, and those are the two program areas that Nicole and I support under just a large umbrella of education in our state. And there's quite a bit of overlap between these different options. Some, but not all, have some pretty significant overlap. And we could spend lots of time talking about this particular graphic and what all of these different things mean and how they intertwine and connect. But that would take us many more than 15 minutes. So for the purpose of today, we're just going to give a pretty high overview. All right. Next slide.
So just very quickly, as Anissa mentioned, just giving a broad overview of online learning. Any student can enroll in an online course, whether they're enrolled in a public online school program or are a home-based instruction student, privately enroll, they can participate in online courses. We have students that participate in online courses for a variety of reasons. Some of those may be for credit recovery. They need to make up some credits. Some of it is for just initial credit, adding on to a schedule or over the summer. And some of it is because their school doesn't offer a course in that subject area or at that level. For example, an advanced placement course in a specific subject area. I do want to point out, though, that an online course is not always 100% online. Misconception that by saying a course it's an online course, the definition at the state level just means that certain thresholds are met, and so we call it an online course. And we currently in our state have 23 approved online course providers and about 200 approved online school programs. An online school program is approved to possibly offer full-time online, although they don't always have all of their courses online. It's just that they're able to offer a sequential set of courses to make up potentially a full schedule. Providers offer what we call a la carte courses. So providers have been approved to work either directly with students or with a school district to offer online courses. Next slide, please.
So that's kind of what Nicole shared is an overview of online. When we think about what ALE is, it's different from what folks generally mean when they refer to just alternative learning. The phrase alternative learning can mean anything that might be interpreted as different from the traditional setting. But ALE is a very specific model of learning where students are learning either fully or partially away from the classroom setting. So some of the time where they would have typically have been sitting in a classroom setting, they might be learning from a different environment, such as at home or working on a computer from a library or some other type of setting away from the physical school. And any student can take a single ALE course or all ALE courses, and any school can offer a single ALE course or all ALE courses, or anything in between that on that spectrum. So there's a pretty wide range of how ALE can be used to support students within a local community. And our state has over 300 different schools or programs that use this ALE model to support students for a variety of reasons. There is some pretty significant variation between them. Next slide. Next, we are going to give you some examples of what different implementations might look like. These are just a few examples. There certainly are other ways that districts might utilize these models. And as Nicole mentioned, ALE isn't always online and online isn't always ALE. But there is some overlap, and all those options kind of fall under that umbrella of alternative learning. And regardless of whether a program is online, ALE, or both, there is some overlap in what those implementations might look like from the student perspective. So these types of programs might support students by just trying to provide flexibility in their schedule, filling in gaps that might exist in their transcript for a variety of reasons. They might be used to just simply individualize learning or personalize learning to a student's unique interests or goals through things like incorporating projects, using online courses, or even sharing enrollment between multiple different types of schools. And whether a district decides to offer some of these different examples or these implementation models is determined locally by the school district. So there is, as I mentioned before, there's significant variability in how these options are used from district to district. And we're going to talk a little bit more, I think, in not the next slide, but shortly after that, how to find some of these programs. But because there's so much variability, it's really important to start that conversation locally if you're looking for examples of some of these alternative options that might be available in your local district. Next slide.
Okay, so there are some things to consider when deciding if an ALE program or online learning is suitable for a student. One of the things to keep in mind is student residency. And I know with McKinney-Vento students, there's some different rules, policies that apply, and Keith had gone into that a little bit earlier. So oftentimes when I get questions about choice transfer or choice or student residency, I usually reach out to my colleagues, Melinda, Keith, previously Ella, and we try to decide the student residency and then where or if a choice transfer might be involved. But that is one thing to consider, is where the student is a resident of. The next thing is, it is a district decision. So districts decide whether or not to offer an ALE program. They need school board approval for that, whether they're going to implement online learning or online courses, either in a traditional brick and mortar setting or in an ALE program. That is all up to the district on how they offer it, what they offer. And a lot of times some populations believe that online learning is the answer because it can minimize time at school. And while it does allow students some flexibility for having, a set schedule 5 days a week, perhaps these are students that have children of their own or have jobs, apprenticeships, are assisting with siblings in the home, or have some mental and physical health reasons to stay out of a building. There can be some other things too. The flip side of that then is there is less face-to-face time. And so we do have some programs that actually, even though they offer online learning, we do have some ALE programs that have a face-to-face requirement. Students are required to come on site pre-pandemic, to come on site, maybe on a weekly basis. Some other things to consider are transportation, because the schedule might be different than the traditional brick and mortar setup. Things like bus schedule, or getting students on campus or back home, or bringing students onto campus for extracurricular activities is something to keep in mind in terms of coordinating that. Technology, I think the disparity, the inequity has been made more apparent in the past 10, 11 months. But something to keep in mind is hardware, supplying students with a laptop or headphones or microphone or camera or whatever else they may need to be successful with online learning. Internet access, as many people discovered, and not just internet access, but good, reliable internet access is something to also keep in mind. There is also partial credit transfers. Sometimes a transfer may need to happen in the middle of a school term, whether that's semester or trimester. And it's really important to advocate for those students that are coming in to get partial credit, have the district award them partial credit for what they did complete, for what they did accomplish in their previous district. And our agency has actually issued guidance on how to calculate partial credit. And so this is really important. So not everyone may be aware at the district level, and so you can advocate for these students to get some credit for what they accomplished before they came to your district. And next slide, please, Aubrey. Okay, so the first thing to do is to contact someone at your district office, an administrator, perhaps a building counselor, to see what options are available for students within your district. And if there isn't an option, it is good for district personnel to know that this is a needed, a desired option. They won't know how many want this if no one is approaching them about online learning or alternative learning as an option. You can also visit our website, and I will drop 2 links into the chat box. One is our course catalog, which can help students find online courses that meet Washington State Learning Standards and have Washington State certificated teachers attached to them. And I will also drop a link in the chat box of the list of online school programs that we have in our state. There are 2 lists on that link, though. The first one is a list of multi-district and affiliate online school programs, and they are approved to accept students from outside their districts. They may be varied in their models. Again, some of them are called online school programs, but they may actually have an on-site requirement. So that is something to look into. But again, they are approved to potentially offer full-time online learning and to serve non-resident students. I'll let Anissa finish up this slide.
So in terms of finding other ALE options that might not be online across our state, it's a little more difficult because ALE doesn't have an approval process through OSPI like online learning does. And so that there isn't a list of approved programs like you would find with online learning. So again, starting with your local school district, asking your school counselors, school social workers, your district office, anybody who might know about various different enrollment options. Some districts will list ALE options or just other alternative school options on their websites. If you're having a difficult time finding options locally, you can always reach out to us and we may be able to share or help track down some different options in and around a particular school district. And if there aren't any, and there are parts of our state where there aren't a lot of alternative options, then advocacy is really key because many of these options are authorized locally, and districts can decide how and when to offer these options. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention is that because there's so much overlap between ALE and online learning and other types of alternative options, the language is really important when advocating for students. Nicole or I would be happy to go into more detail with you if you're experiencing any challenges to try and provide more information and details on the difference between some of these programmatic options. Next slide. All right, so that brings us to the end of what we were planning to share today. We'll still be here for the panel, so we look forward to your questions. And I will turn it back over to Sharon.
You were able to, thank you everybody for your support and letting me know that you can hear me. Hopefully you were able to take a relaxing break and replenish a little bit. And we are on our last leg, if you will, of our all-day McKinney-Vento training. So now we are moving into a time of where we get to leverage our incredible resource information via our partner resource panel who presented this afternoon. And they are here with us to answer any questions, comments, or concerns that you want to address or questions that you want to ask. So as we did with the morning presenters, I will invite our panelists to peruse the chat box if you would like to do that, and I'm doing that as well. And or as a participant, please feel free to unmute your microphone and ask any question that you might have, and just letting us know which presenter your question is geared towards.
I have a question for Emily at ANEW.
Yeah, go for it.
So Emily, your program sounds so great, but my question was, I work with the families of my preschoolers, and I was wondering if you know of any similar program that would be for adults, because I have a lot of parents that would be interested in that kind of thing.
Yeah, thank you so much for asking. We do have a pre-apprenticeship program at ANEW, and I didn't cover pre-apprenticeships too much, but it's basically what people can choose to do before an apprenticeship. And this pre-apprenticeships are unpaid training, but you get all the certifications and the skills to advance onto an apprenticeship and like comfortably with knowing all the skills. So that is some program that we have, and a lot of apprenticeship programs also offer a pre-apprenticeship program. Our program through ANEW is 12 weeks long, and we also have a 4-week one. And then some other pre-apprenticeship programs around in Washington State are like trade specific. So like the carpenters have a 4-week pre-apprenticeship boot camp. Ours are a trades rotation program. So you actually learn the 10 basic construction trades. And then in that process of doing the class, you can choose an apprenticeship that you want to apply for. And then we help get people employed. And I think about 80% of our pre-apprentices go on to apprenticeships and successfully complete those too.
Great, thank you very much.
And of course, I'll try and send that info to Sharon too.
Okay, so I am actually, full disclosure, going to share with you all that my computer is malfunctioning and I can't see the chat box clearly. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to help with reading of the questions. So I am going to ask for some additional support from my team members who can maybe help me to do that while I am addressing my computer issues.
I don't see any questions in the chat at the moment, Sharon.
Okay. All right, if no one has immediate questions, then my plan B might be for any of our presenters who, like I know that Anne had some additional information that she was interested in sharing and didn't get a chance to share that out. This might be a good time to sort of fill in with some of the additional information that you had intended to share earlier.
Sure, I can do that.
Great.
Great, thank you, Sharon. So I believe that I was beginning to touch on the collaborative work that we are doing, OSPI, the Behavioral Health Navigators, and Forefront Suicide Prevention. We are doing some work as a collaborative team in 3 main focus areas. We're doing a training component for the navigators that consists of monthly trainings. They are actually the same trainings that the Forefront in Schools, schools that are identified as Forefront in Schools and working directly with Forefront in suicide prevention. The topics that the navigators will be training on range from a DBT to Learn Saves Lives, which is the model out of Forefront Suicide Prevention. They'll be learning more about RISE out of Kaiser Permanente's program. We will also be focusing on the development of a post-vention toolkit. So Forefront is going to take the lead with the navigators in supporting that work, which is really essential. There's been a high, as we all know, high-level increase in mental health needs and unfortunately post-vention support following death by suicide in our schools. So that is really critical work that we're going to embark on with Forefront. We also will be doing learning communities, virtual learning communities, PLCs, if you will, monthly. And again, Forefront and the Navigator team will be sharing resources, talking intensively about suicide prevention offerings, and again, just strengthening the toolkit of resources to break down the barriers between our behavioral health supports and services and our education system. So yeah, that's just some work I wanted to be sure that I shared out. Oh, one more thing, unless there's questions, it looks like there are questions popping up, so I'll be very quick. We're about to release a bulletin that will go out to all school districts around the requirements of RCW 28A 320-127, which is the RCW that requires, I mentioned this in my presentation, requires recognition, screening, and response to students experiencing emotional behavioral distress. It will just be a reminder to districts that this is a requirement, that we have that plan, that you have this plan in place, and we do have model template on our web page. It will also be reminding within the bulletin a reminder about the required 3-hour course on suicide prevention for ESA staff. And a few other resources are embedded in the bulletin, just acknowledging where we are with COVID-19 and the mental health needs of our students, staff, family, and family members. That's really it, Sharon, if you need to go to the chat for the questions.
So Sharon is rebooting her computer at the moment, but we do have another question, and I'm going to ask maybe Keith to address this one because it has to do with IEPs. But
sure.
If an enrolled student under age 8, if the parent wishes to withdraw them, what if they have an IEP or 504?
Okay, if an enrolled student is under the age of 8, can a parent choose to withdraw them? I'm maybe missing the context of this one, but if the parent can withdraw a student that's experiencing homelessness, so I don't think that the IEP or if they have an IEP or 504 I guess I'm not understanding what the question is. Maybe Rachel, you can provide a little more context.
Hi, sorry about that.
No problem.
I'm wondering, like, in each individual situation. So say there's a house student who is their parents are having a hard time with them doing this remote learning, and the kids are throwing a fit every day and not wanting to get on. And so the parent just calls up and says, I'm just going to withdraw them. So what about in that case? Is that okay for a parent just to do that?
Well, they have to be enrolled somewhere, or they have to be homeschooled, or there has to be in some program, private school, charter school, school choice. They have to be somewhere.
So is it our job then, as the school they withdraw from, to follow up and make sure that they enroll somewhere else or get involved in some other program?
Well, they probably shouldn't be released by the district until they know where this child is going. I mean, there should be some connection because of the compulsory attendance law. If kids are enrolled, they have to be enrolled between the ages of 8 and 18. And if the student was previously enrolled and then suddenly they're disenrolled and they're nowhere else, they'd be subject to truancy proceedings.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, I think that some parents, they see that law where children don't need to be enrolled technically till they're 8 in Washington.
The issue is if they were enrolled before age 8, then they are a student that's an enrolled student. So if they try to withdraw them, even let's say they're 6 or 7, if they've been enrolled, they're subject to truancy.
Okay. So, but we could try to work with them to get them in something else, but so you say the district just would not release them? Is that what we would do?
Well, that's been my experience. I don't know what the hard and fast rules are around that. That's sort of outside of my area.
Okay.
But we can follow up for you. If you want to send it to the homeless ed inbox, we can do a little research for you.
Yeah, I just kind of was wondering, our admin, we've had a couple parents call up and say they want to do this. And so one of them is housed, but on an IEP. And so I didn't know if that would be like a refusal of service or something where we could, I guess, try to prevent them from withdrawing.
I think it would be handled the same way. Now you have the IEP team that's deciding what the placement is within the public school district. But if they want to withdraw, it'd be handled the same way as any other student.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If you want us to get more information for you, please email us and we'll help clarify whatever is still unanswered, because I don't know that we gave you a very thorough response on that one. Megan, there's a question for you in the chat box. Are you still on?
Yeah, I'm here. The question is about universal screening to identify students as those who need extra social emotional support, and how would it work for students working remotely, and how would you go about supporting the students? And we actually have a lot of conversations about universal screening right now because it is really complicated, and there's so much that goes into universal screening as far as like protections for students and making sure that the supports are available after we know what students need. So I think that maybe it's a conversation we could have more offline and just kind of figure out with your specific situation, Kimberly, what would be, the best kind of resources I can share with you about that. I will say that it's obviously really challenging right now to support all of those student needs. So it definitely requires some community collaboration to make sure that you have places that are available to accept new clients or, have those supports available. So big question. And yes, I'll put my email in the chat and we can connect again, and I'll connect you with our social emotional learning program supervisor. She's been doing a lot of that with our social emotional learning work group. And also our MTSS work on universal screening. So I know it's not the best answer, but it is really complicated. So thank you.
So I'm back. I'm glad you guys were able to continue the conversation. It sounds like a meaningful conversation. Unfortunately, I lost a lot of the chat information. So again, if you did put something in the chat box and or you would like to open up your microphone and ask any questions that come to mind for your panelists, feel free to do that now. We still have a few minutes left for our open Q&A.
Hi, everybody. This is Anissa, ALE Program Manager. There was a great question in the chat a little bit earlier about districts or someone in the local area interested in starting an ALE program and what might be some good next steps. And if you are aware of someone in your district or someone in your community wanting to start an ALE option, we have a lot of great resources on our website, which I'm going to drop the link in the chat here in a minute. But reaching out to me, having someone from the district who is interested in getting that type of program started, reach out to me is a great first step. We can provide some resources and support and make sure there's a good understanding of the laws and rules around operating an ALE. So have anybody reach out to me or Nicole if they're interested in starting an ALE or an online school program.
Thank you, Anissa. It's wonderful. And I know that sometimes just having a direct person with a contact number that goes directly to someone that can help answer the question is half the battle right there. So thank you for making that available to our participants today. I don't know. I do see a couple other questions in the chat box. I'm not sure if they've been addressed yet, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time if you've already addressed them. But Danette was asking what universal screeners have been used.
I can jump back in on that again. It's super variable. There are districts that are making up their own screeners, and there are districts that are using, pre-made validated surveys. So we've heard a lot of different things. Some folks are using an online platform. Some folks are sending out paper. It's just like all across the board. So again, I know that's maybe not a really direct and helpful answer, but I'm going to paste in the chat some guidance that came out from waOSPI about the screeners. Some folks perceived the language in the guidance to say that screeners were required, and that's not the intention of the guidance, but there is a list within there of screeners that they initially had recommended, though again, I give the same caution as before that there are some downsides with universal screening as far as equity goes and categorizing students. So there's a lot that goes into kind of the preparation before screening, and we want to make sure that that's possible to do that before actually initiating the process. So again, feel free to email me and we can talk that through further.
Megan, I just added for the sake of giving an example, what my own students are in Tumwater School District, my own kids, and they developed their own universal screener for social emotional learning. I just put a link in the chat in case anyone's curious and wants to see something that districts are using, and our district is using it, even though we're remote. So if that's helpful, it's there.
Thank you, and thank you both for addressing that question. I know that there is a participant that was wondering about, I made a comment earlier about taking questions from the chat box and turning that into a resource for you all. And what I would like to do, and what I believe I'll be able to do, is after this training is over, capture some of the questions, particularly from the morning session. It looked like there were several questions that we were not able to address, not the morning session, but the morning half of this training event. So what I will be working toward doing is putting together sort of a FAQ based on some of the questions that were in there, and do our best to be able to answer them and get that out to you, along with the other resources we'll be sending, i.e. the slide decks from both December and November trainings, as well as access to the recorded version of these trainings. So I hope that clarifies what I was saying earlier. If you do have a question, or if that wasn't what your question was, please feel free to unmute your mic, or provide more information in the chat box so that we can be sure to answer your question. And I am scrolling through the chat box. Yes, it seems like questions were addressed. We have about four or 5 minutes still slated out to answer questions or ask questions. So I will toss it again back to our presenters. If you have any additional information that you would like to share, that you felt like you had to kind of move through quickly during your presentation time, even if you're a presenter from this morning, Melinda, I know there were a couple of things that that you had to abbreviate to make sure there was enough space for all the presentations. If there's anything that you would like to elaborate on from this morning, and I apologize for putting you on the spot, or anyone. Kim, it looked like you almost opened up your mic. Feel free to do that now. We have a few more minutes before wrapping up our training for the day. And there is a question that came through. Do we have any suggestions on how to do SEL screening for a district without internet accessibility?
I think the other options would be paper or phone calls. So I'm not sure if there's anyone out there. I'd love to hear if folks are doing that without internet connectivity and what that looks like for you.
Yeah, and it looks like paper version or a phone version is what is being suggested. And I can certainly understand if a student is experiencing homelessness, that they may also be experiencing, the inability to access the internet via computer in particular. So definitely I can see why that would be a challenge. It was a great question. And I think to Melinda's point earlier, individualizing, and we're just recognizing and acknowledging that there are, challenges that are a part of supporting students and families experiencing homelessness on any given day. But right now, with the extra, with the extra challenge of COVID and all of the things that presents, all of the additional challenges that presents, and particularly with, many of our schools being in remote learning and other schools not being in remote learning, and just what does all of this mean, and how does that impact, our students and families experiencing homelessness. So we recognize that you are all having to be just beyond creative in identifying how to make the resources work for the individual scenarios that your students and families are faced with. Peggy did just post a link. Welcome, Peggy, and thank you for being here. Post some information in the chat box as well that could provide additional resources. And our intention with the way that we've worked towards approaching this training today is really about bringing you all together. And we encourage you, as I heard shared earlier in this training event today, encourage you to really lean and rely on each other as a network as well, because there may be individual circumstances that one of you or some of you have experienced and found creative ways to navigate, that you can then share with each other. And I know you're doing that, but just the more that you can expand your network of community, particularly right now as you're doing this work, so that you can support one another, that is really, you know, that's really going to work in your favor. And I know you all already know that. You're already community minded, and we encourage you to continue seeking creative opportunities to come together and support one another. So
can I just throw in, Sharon? This is Liz.
Yes.
I feel like we shouldn't conclude without saying something about self-care. This is my first time attending this conference, and this is an amazing group of people that do hard work and intense work. And wow, what a day of information and resources. And I just would love to throw out to people as you go away and, you know, every day to do something for yourself, for self-care, and take care of yourself, because our students really need you and we need you.
Thank you so much for that reminder, Liz. And absolutely, you know, filling our own cup so that we have something in it to give away. And you all give so much on a daily basis, so that it's really, really critical to our health and well-being and to our work. Thank you for that. Keith, did you want to chime in?
So somebody had a question in the chat box, and I typed up one real quick, but it was about whether a student in a different state had to intend to return to the district if they were out of state. And there's no requirement in the McKinney-Vento Act that there be an intent to return to the attendance area for the school of origin ever. And it does, and the act does apply across state lines. And normally this is just a question about border communities, but because of COVID, we're all online, and so it is increasing the distances from the state in which a student can still participate remotely. And so, yes, there is no requirement that they ever intend to return to the attendance area for the school of origin. Now, what's going to happen is eventually COVID is going to be over, yay, and students are going to return to in-person learning. And at that time, if the student is 12 hours away, there's no way that they're going to go to the school of origin. Under a best interest analysis, you're never going to say that commute is going to work. And so you'd have to have a best interest analysis determine that the student needs to enroll in their neighborhood school. And so there's going to be a lot of this that goes forward, because we all know that there's a lot of distance education going on where the student is much farther away from their school of origin than they would be during a typical school year. And then there was like a little supplemental question that asked about who's responsible for providing the laptop and maybe the Wi-Fi device or whatever. And that would still be their school district, the school district for their school of origin that they're enrolled in.
Linda's also adding some information in the chat box seconding what you just said. And there is also a link that was added as a resource.
Yes, I see and that's an issue that Liz has put down there about students that are not experiencing homelessness. So that's the general rule. And then, of course, for McKinney-Vento, it's a subset.
Okay, thank you. All right. Last call for any other questions? Did we miss any in the chat box? Just want to make sure before we move on to our closing comments and reflections. Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and move to the next slide then. And I want to thank everyone who participated as a presenter today. We know it was, and most of you hung out with us for most, if not all of the day. And we so appreciate you. Without you, the community wouldn't have looked the way it did today. And I think that we need all of us coming together in order to make it work. So just recognizing, you know, sort of circling back to the beginning of our day where we talked about, students who are furthest away from access to resources and the disparity that is inherent to our systems as they are now. So with all of that in mind and all of the things that we talked about today, hopefully you will walk away from today feeling a sense of support, that we are all in this together. And I know that in some of the other trainings and forums and other opportunities, you may have seen some of the presenters that you saw today, but all of us coming together collectively is something that we, that's really important to us to do, to be a part of your community, that you get to experience us as a holistic support in the work that you are doing. And thank you, participants, all of you, liaisons, counselors, social workers, everyone who's joined us today, for doing the amazing work that you do. I just want to open up to any closing thoughts and reflections that you might want to share openly as a whole group before we move into talking about the logistics around clock hours and surveys and access to the resources from the day. I'm seeing a lot of participation in the chat box, and thank you for being here. If anybody is interested in opening up their mic to just offer thoughts or reflection, and it can be things that you would welcome us including next time, or it can be things that you especially would be interested in leaning into that you heard today that may be containing information that you didn't have before you joined us in this meeting today. So anything at all that anyone would like to share before we move on to talking about clock hours? Okay, and thank you all in the chat box for the love that you're showing our team. And we definitely reciprocate the feeling. The feeling is mutual, so thank you. As far as the future building point of contact training that Matt talked about earlier, to be determined in terms of the date, but we encourage you to watch for Gov delivery and any updates, professional development updates that you receive that might include information about point of contact. It will definitely be something that we will be building out. In addition to, we encourage you to also watch Native education training opportunities, racial equity training opportunities. All of these things we know will be a primary focus in the work that we do, looking ahead and moving forward. Yeah, so thank you for those suggestions. Great for all of you who felt like it was a great use of your time today. We appreciate that feedback. In terms of clock hours and what you can expect, you will receive an email following this training within the next, I don't want to be specific about the timeline because I am not sure exactly when that is, but I would imagine within the next couple of days, you can expect an email that gives you access to the assessment, gives us an opportunity to receive feedback from you, specific information about your experience in this training event today. And we'll give you an opportunity to make suggestions about, again, how we can improve this training moving forward and what you took from it that was helpful and so forth. So we encourage you, please complete the training. And in order to receive clock hours, you will need to complete the assessment. And then the clock hour information will you'll receive that after you submit the evaluation. So I hope that's helpful. And then I believe there is another slide after this. So this is a page of resources for those of you who are still hanging in there. There are some links to some of the information that we talked about today. So feel free to take a screenshot or jot down any information, and we'll just sort of linger on this page for a quick minute to give you an opportunity to do that. And then there's a second slide of resources that some of the information overlaps and some of it is unique within the slide deck. And I'm just going to check the chat box really quick to see if there's any additional questions that anyone posed. We have about 5 minutes. Let's see. What does that say? Register here for the McKinney-Vento Liaison forum tomorrow. Yes. Reminder for those of you who are still hanging in with us right now, tomorrow is the foster care McKinney-Vento Liaison Forum. It's going to be really fun. I'm not going to give out any spoilers, but you are not going to want to miss it. And it's going to be a great way to, again, receive information that will be helpful in the work that you do. Peggy Carlson will be there. She is the host of that forum. And she did put in the chat box a link so that you can register. So please check it out, register, and we will look forward to seeing you there tomorrow. So here is the second. You should be able to see the second page of, maybe we'll go, is that? Yeah, that's the first one. If we can maybe go to the next slide, please, Aubrey. And that is another page. It contains some frequently asked questions and a couple of additional resources that were not on the first page. The training tomorrow, or it's a forum, and it is an hour long, so 60 minutes. So feel free to screenshot. I think the FAQ, the non-regulatory guidance are the two, and the Commerce Office of Homeless Youth are the three main unique links that were not on the first page. And then thank you. Melinda was confirming that the forum is an hour. Yes, and Anissa, thank you for participating and for being here. And then slide, please. So again, we are just so grateful and thankful that you all were here for your level of engagement and participation. It was a very long day. Hope that you have an opportunity to put your feet up and relax and restore yourselves. And also that you're able to, this information, that you're able to implement it into your work. Please remember that you can contact us at any time. I believe that the inbox link was put in the chat box earlier, but feel free to also access our website, the Homeless Education website, and reach out to us if you have any questions or concerns. And there it is, our contact page. If you again want to take a screenshot or jot down the information, I don't think that you can access the links live through this slide deck until you receive it yourself, of course, and then you'll have all of the resources that you saw presented today accessible to you at that time. So there it is. Leave it just for another quick minute so that you can screenshot. And then we have a final slide, I believe, that has our social media information.